Good evening. Chair calls to order public hearing for Bill 21-001 Solar Energy. Council, it's my pleasure to welcome Jenny Jarkowski and Mr. David Culver, along with Megan Alegi, to introduce this bill. Whenever you're ready, Jenny.
Thank you. Milo, you're going to put the PowerPoint up, please? Good evening, and thank you, Council President Vincenti and members of the Council. I am Jenny Jarkowski, Planning and Zoning Director. Also with me tonight is David Culver, Planning and Zoning Deputy Director. We are pleased to be with you tonight to present Bill 21-001 that would add a new definition and regulations to the zoning code for community solar generation systems. Next slide. As a way of background as to how we got to this point of legislation, we have three basic types of solar energy generating systems. Accessory that typically produces power for an individual home or business, community with less than 2 megawatts of power for local consumption on the grid, utility scale, which is greater than 2 megawatts of power for regional grid use. As you are aware, a recent unanimous decision by the Maryland Court of Appeals ruled solar energy electricity panels for utility scale systems are to be regulated by the Maryland Public Service Commission under the authority of the State Public Utilities Act. This decision preemptively stopped county efforts to control placements of facilities within county borders on utility scale facilities. The caveat to this case was an inclusion by the court that the PSC shall give due consideration to the desires and concerns of localities, but the final decision-making authority is with the PSC for utility scale facilities. For community and accessory systems, the authority for regulations will still be subject to local regulations. Currently, the zoning code limits power and regeneration plants in the general industrial district, but allows public utility facilities, sanitary landfills, and sewage treatment plants in all districts except for the mixed office. Further, the current code does not define power and regeneration plant, but does define public utilities. This legislation will clarify the placement of community solar. Next slide. The proposed legislation would add a definition for community solar. The proposed definition is based upon the generally accepted definition as any solar energy generating system that functions as a principal use that uses energy from the sun to produce electricity for delivery through distribution lines to end users that satisfies the requirements of the Public Utilities Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland, as amended, and does not exceed 2 megawatts of capacity as measured in alternating current. The benefits of regulations would allow Hartford to control the placement and use of community solar energy generating systems in the following manner. We'll set minimum acreage and setback requirements in the residential districts. We'll create buffer protection from residential uses. We'll limit the heights of structures. We'll provide screening and buffering to prevent glare and visual impacts. We'll require fencing and limit signage. The fencing will be designed to be environmentally friendly to small species of wildlife, and will set up with requirements for decommissioning of operations to make sure the site is restored to its former state. We also want to ensure council that staff will continue to monitor the PSC website for utility-sized solar energy generating systems and will make comments and recommendations as necessary to protect the citizens of Hartford. Next slide. Finally, we wanted to show council some examples from other areas on the types of solar units that are used for community solar. Hartford will remain committed to green and renewable energy and encourage home and business installations. Please let me know if Dave or I could answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Council, at this time, it's your time for questions. Mr. Wagner.
I've got well, let me ask this. I've got several questions to ask, but I also see where there's room for some amendments to the bill as we currently have it in front of us. Who in planning and zoning can we speak with over the course of the next week to try to formulate some amendments that would suffice what we want to accomplish?
Myself, Mr. Wagner.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. How come it's you went through all the other zoning designations except for RR and A, right?
Yes.
Why were they eliminated?
The current legislation does not allow them in ag, and the RR zoning district is essentially irrelevant in the zoning code nowadays.
Oh, okay. And it is important that the only place, I mean, they need to be close to a substation. Is that right? They have to be
I will
close
defer
by?
that to Mr. Culver.
Okay.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Wagner. No, they don't necessarily need to be near a generational system. Community solar, the way it is crafted, it's up to a 2 megawatt system that would allow people to buy into that power. So when they define it as a community, the community we consider is Hartford. This would allow non-property owners, renters, and others to buy into the solar system without actually having to have the physical structures on their property. So once it gets into the grid system through the transmissional line, then it gets resold back out to those parties.
Okay. What do you know what acreage a 2 megawatt system would occupy?
Sure. And again, you have to understand that this is a technology that is completely revolutionizing itself over and over again. So in talking to some industrial leaders and some other folks and looking at different websites, typically for a 1 megawatt system, you would see about 2.5 acres of land used. So a 2 would be somewhere around 5. Depending on the type of units you're placing, how they're going to move or not move, how much space you need between them to get the maximized sun exposure, you could see them taking up to about, say, 8 to 10 acres total for a 2 megawatt. It could be a little more, it could be a little less. It really depends on the technology being used by that individual provider.
Okay. Okay, great. Anything else I want to ask or find out, I'll certainly contact Jenny and we can discuss this over the next week.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Council? Mr. Johnson?
Thanks, Council President. Good evening, Jennifer and Dave. Let me ask you this. So it's designated a special development. Now, what exactly is a special development?
Special developments under the Hartford County zoning code are things that aren't permitted by right, but they are permitted with special conditions. So once you go into the legislation, those special conditions are then outlined for them to meet. Jen hit on most of them as far as the fencing, the signage, buffering, those type of controls are put on these type of systems to protect the public.
Okay, so what's the difference between a special development and a special exception?
A special exception would require a hearing through the Board of Appeals, which would also have to address those standards, making sure that they are met, that are under the special exception, plus the 10 other limited standards that are outlined in the zoning code.
Okay. And do we know the lifespan of these solar panels?
They will vary in looking at the various professional websites and talking to some people in the industry. A typical plant would last about 20 years, depending on the technology. One of the things that we made sure that we put into this amendment is that there are regulations for decommissioning, just like a cell tower or some other uses, so that once their useful life is over, we're ensured that they will be cleaned up and the land will be restored to its original condition or better.
And are there any contamination issues or risk involved with solar panels?
Solar panels do have some environmental risk with the different technology that it could leak, just like any other power generation unit. The decommissioning fund that is set up and bond ensures that if there is any environmental contamination, that it is cleaned up.
Okay. And within Hartford County, how are sites going to be selected?
Well, the sites would be selected by the applicant coming to the department with a site and a site plan that we would review against the special development standards. This is a pilot program under the state of Maryland that is set to sunset in 7 years, although we anticipate this being further advanced. Because the goals of this whole program is to allow renters and people that don't own properties, low to moderate income folks, to take advantage of lower priced energy through the solar facility. So on any one of these 2 megawatt systems or less, my understanding is only one provider can occupy more than 60% of it. That 40% of it has to be sold out into the community being Hartford County. So if a unit is built somewhere, say near Bel Air, and I live in Haverly Grace, I could buy capacity of that solar because I'm local into Hartford County, and I could take advantage of that lower utility rate and also being comfortable that I'm buying a renewable energy source.
And can people that have rooftop solar systems, can they also buy into this program?
If you already have a rooftop solar system, you probably don't need this program because that rooftop system would be supplying the energy you need to your house. This is a system for people that either can't or don't want the system on their property or on their unit, and they can buy into the solar energy. So if you have a house or a business now that wanted to be self-sufficient and use a solar system panels, you could come in as an accessory structure now and get that approved through the county. This is for those larger systems that are beyond your residential single-family house, but you're not at that utility grade where you're just basically selling power into the grid.
Gotcha. And I think you touched on this before, but how close do you have to be to the solar panels for it to work for you?
My understanding of the way the whole system works is that as long as you can transmit it into the power grid, you're able to purchase the energy. I think the industry standard is you have to be within 4 miles of a large transmissional line to sell into the system. So anywhere that you can site it, work with BG&E on the system that you can connect into the grid, that they can take that power into the system, then it gets sent back out. But these are designed strictly for what we call community use or local use. This isn't like a mega plant that someone in New York could buy power from us. This is for people within Hartford to try to buy that power.
So if I move, what happens then?
It's up to you. You are the contract holder of the lease on the solar. So if you move and you don't want any more, I think you just terminate the contract. I'm not sure how the industry will handle that. If you're in an apartment and you're a renter and you buy into it, it just reflects on your bill that you're buying that solar power. The details of the contracts are between the solar company and the individual user. I'm not sure if there's a specific buyout or anything, but my understanding is that you would just terminate the contract and they would resell that power.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Anyone else? Mr. Beulah.
Thank you, Council President. Just one quick question. Thank you, Jennifer. Great presentation. And maybe this is a bit early, but do you have any data that says how much a consumer would save percentage-wise on their electric bill by buying into this? How long would it take for them to recoup their buy-in? Any information on that?
I don't have any specific dollar amount. The state program was talking about folks being able to save somewhere between 20 to 40% on their energy bill.
Mm-hmm.
Because the solar power, you're buying and selling at different times of the day. So obviously during the day, it's generating the power. You would have a zero bill if whatever it would cost for the power generation. At night, you're using it back from the power company. There would be a bill associated with it. I think there are some folks that may be calling in that do this as a living, and they could probably give you a better idea of the percentage. But the goal, based off the pilot program information from the state, is that you would save a significant amount of money, and that they want at least 125 megawatts over the whole system to be dedicated to low and moderate income families. So that shows you that there is a savings for those folks that will help lower their utility bills.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Beulah. Mr. Giangiordano.
Thank you, Council President. Good evening, David and Jennifer. Just so I understand from what Councilman Wagner said, R1 is not included. Does that mean that they would, if it's, I guess, agriculture, they would have to get a special exception to get in the program, and that would have to come in front of us?
The R1 is included. AG, RR, RO, village business, and village residential are not included. So
So would they have to get a special exception from us in order to get in that program?
no, it's not listed as a special exception in those districts, so they're just prohibited in those districts. So if it's not permitted by right or by special development or special exception, it's not allowed.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jangerjana. Mr. Schroeds?
Thank you, Council President. What other jurisdictions have community solar like we're proposing to do here? And I guess the second part of that question, does this legislation kind of mirror some of those other jurisdictions around perhaps in Maryland or other nearby areas?
Several other counties already have the community solar in place, Prince George's, Baltimore, Carroll. I don't have the complete list in front of me. I apologize. I can get that for you. But we did review those jurisdictions and what the state was allowing, and we try to mold the legislation to fit into what the industry is typically doing now and what would be in the best interest of the Harford County residents.
Right. And am I correct that community solar, it's about 1,500 residents or households, I should say, that make up a plant?
So 1 megawatt, and again, because of the capacity and different factors, 1 megawatt you can generally would say would serve between 200 and 400 homes.
Oh,
So 2 megawatts would be 400 to 800. Again, it really depends on siting, the type of system they're using and how it's generated and the end users. So there's really I can't say it's going to be, 416 units. It's just kind of a range that the industry uses for the typical consumption. Obviously, newer homes that are more energy efficient, you probably could have more users on it. But if you figure, maybe a 2 megawatt system doing about 800 homes.
okay.
Give or take.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schroeds. Mr. Wagner?
I want to go back to the RR zoning. The answer that Jenny, if I understood what she said, didn't satisfy me, I guess, on that one, because we got a lot of RR that's still out there on the zoning maps. Why would you not allow it in there? Because you've got larger lots anyway, because some of these other ones, I don't know why you would even put in some of the higher, well, yeah, I do some of those, but there's a few that it'd be a slim chance you would ever put a community solar project in those zoning designations. Let's just go back to the RR for a moment. Why would we preclude RR today from getting a solar, small solar package like this?
So when we were looking at the legislation and looking at the districts, the ag district, we were trying to protect the valuable farmland. RR is typically not found in the development envelope. It's mostly built units already out into the community where you wouldn't see large tracts or open space. So we just took the RR. We were trying to hit the districts that are primarily found in the development envelope. However, and you make a good point, you will see these districts, B1, B2, B3, CIGI outside the development envelope. It was just trying to protect those farms and the larger lot subdivisions that are not in the development envelope.
I guess given the R1, the R2, the R3, particularly where you got a lot of individual homes, I don't want to call it a menace, but I'm certain that some people would not like to situate a home very close by a bunch of solar panels. Given that, I guess there's no documented health risks associated with solar panels being in a community. Is that correct?
I was unaware of any health issues that were related to solar. I didn't see any of that in my research. When we were looking at the different R districts and presuming that if someone would come in with a residential development, that they might include the community solar in part of that development to both benefit the users of that development plus the excess capacity being sold outwards. Because we also put in some buffering, and we also have in there that we would look at the screening of the units themselves and to make sure there's no glare or other visual impacts that are coming off of those placements. So we would be careful to examine that as part of the review process.
Okay. All right. Thanks. I look forward to talking to you about it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Mr. Johnson?
Yes, sir. Just caveating off of Councilman Wagner, I'll take his point, but I'll raise his point another level, and I'll take it a different angle. RR and ag, it's not permitted because we don't allow it, correct?
Right. This legislation would not set any standards for it to be in those districts.
Right. Because we just want to not allow it in those different zoning districts. So my question would be then, if it's gonna benefit the other zoning districts, there are plenty of people in the ag district and in the RR districts that could benefit from this. So why wouldn't we open it up to the entire zoning districts?
Well, they would still be able to benefit because they would still be able to buy into that solar array.
So
it doesn't have to necessarily be on your property for you to benefit from it. It'd be like any other, wherever this one may be built, hypothetically, if any are built, then anybody could have the ability to buy into the power being generated from that up to 2 megawatts.
So then the question would be, going back to Councilman Wagner's thought, if it's in someone else's backyard within the development envelope, then the folks outside of the development envelope in the ag district would benefit from it being in the development envelope.
Correct. But because it's also opened up to business and commercial districts outside, which is any district, there'd be tracts of land, say in Whiteford, along Route 1 and Street, that could potentially be siting areas for the community solar. So you're not going to see these just in the development envelope. We're just looking at the districts within the envelope.
Sure, I understand that. That kind of just doesn't sit well with me, because what's good for one should be good for all. And if it's in the whatever other zoning district, it should be good for all zoning districts. So I definitely have a problem with that, because if it's going to be on the backs of the people that are in or near the development envelope, and then it's going to also benefit the people outside of that area, then I don't know if folks that have it in their backyards within that development envelope are going to necessarily like that particular those particular solar panels in their backyard. So with that, Council President, I'll yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Anyone else? Mr. Wagner?
One final question, I think. Typical lifespan for the solar panels that would be installed are what, 10 years or so, and then it could be configured differently if that one is a replacement? Is that, am I to assume that?
My understanding, looking at the different industry websites, is that these panels tend to last about 20 years.
20.
That the typical cost for a 2 megawatt system is somewhere between $3 to $4 million for the installation, not counting land costs. So then you'd have that more, basically over a 20-year span. Obviously, with any technology, there will be improvements. If a panel breaks, I'm sure they will replace it with a better panel, or if they need to upgrade it, or the technology gets where they can put more into it with less land, they would certainly do that if that changes their lease or usage. So it's as I said, the technology has emerged so much over the last several years, and we see that emergence continuing. So a lot of these numbers I'm looking at on different websites are giving you different things, because they're trying to predict the technology, or the technology has changed so much they need less land but can generate more power.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Mr. Woods?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the presentation. Can you also go into a little bit of the detail what happens when the 20-year period or whatever hits, in case there's an abandonment issue or something of that nature?
So the legislation, as it's adopted, or if it's adopted, has a decommissioning section in it, in which, at the time of construction, they would have to basically bond what the estimated cost would be for the removal and cleanup. So if it's decommissioned and they're not going to renew the lease or they're not going to renew the power grid in that area, they would have to remove everything, take it back to its original condition. If for some reason something happens and it just goes into disarray and they walk away, then we could cash in the bond and have the area cleaned back up to its original condition. So with community solar, we have that guarantee. On an individual house or on the utility grid, we don't have that, but for this type of project, we would have that financial guarantee with the county so that we would be able to make sure that that site is restored and there would be no environmental contamination.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. Mr. Beulah?
Thank you, Council President. Dave, you keep referring to buy-in. Could you elaborate on that for the citizens, how a consumer would buy in? I know you can't give a price, but could you explain that procedure a little bit, please?
So from my understanding, and again, I'm not an expert on that side of it, you would basically be given the opportunity, once these are constructed, to buy in the power that you would need from that grid. That's a private contract between you and the solar company. It's just like when power was deregulated several years ago, you were given the option of buying your power from another power company, and you would pay the transmission fee across their lines into your house. So it works very similar on those lines, that there'd be a price for the solar per kilowatt hour that you would be buying, and you would be paying that rate, which should be significantly lower than what you would typically see as a kilowatt hour from the power company. It would then be a third charge, I guess, through the power company to get it to your site. And because of the way the solar power works, there'll be times that you're getting a credit for what you're buying versus what you would pay the power company. So you wouldn't get solar power all night long. That may be a separate bill you would still get from the power company in that system. So from what I was reading, some places it's a unified bill, sometimes it's a two-tier bill. But that option is supposed to be advertised and put out there for the solar company to sell that capacity.
So would you have to live within a certain distance, or just say in order to buy in, or you just need to live in Harford County, say?
So the way it looks like the state program was structured, and my understanding is the community is defined as the local area, which for our sake of argument, we're saying it's Harford County. That if you lived over in Cecil or over in Baltimore, you wouldn't be buying that specific power, even though it is all on that grid system. So this is designed to be localized. And again, with it only serving a limited amount of folks in any district with 2 megawatts, it doesn't solve the entire energy process. But Maryland's had some very ambitious goals to be all renewable energy by 2030, having 50% of the state supply by 2030. So this is trying to get to that, help Maryland reach that goal by having these localized systems.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beulah. Mr. Schroeds?
Thank you, Council President. All of a sudden, I'm getting into it. This is a zoning thing. You know how that goes. So I just kind of just in my head, just visualizing something here. And would these solar panels be allowed in areas of developments where it's like the open space? So if you had like R2 COS, could you blanket some of the area with solar panels? What I'm kind of thinking is that I can kind of see these communities where you have these houses in a nice subdivision, and you have younger people, millennials that, are finally wanting to move out of the downtown areas or DC, but they want to go to a green community. And I kind of think that really almost a developer along with these solar companies could almost work together to create a basically a green community where, you have open space, you have trails, and then you have, some solar panels there that are actually where that particular community, a lot of those residents would say, oh, I'm all about it. I can buy into this. It's green. Pretty soon it's hard for us to think of it now, but we're going to be driving electric vehicles. It's becoming a big thing right now. And I kind of can see that communities like this within walkable areas of downtown areas and, close into town. And I can just kind of see this in my head, but it might not be allowed if you can't if this is an accessory use within a development. Would these be allowed in these other areas, or would you have to cut off 5 acres of great land where you could otherwise, put homes and for families? So I'm just trying to, all of a sudden I just picture this in my head where I can see it. And I think it could be a neat thing if a developer is working with these companies up front, and I could see lots of people wanting to live there, as long as it's shielded and landscaped well and that sort of thing. But I think that people would kind of be proud of themselves almost for living in these planned communities. What are your thoughts?
Well, yeah, again, personally, I think what you're saying is exactly what a lot of folks long range are visioning, is that you would have these type of systems set up by community, that the community can basically say, hey, I'm a green community, and they would do a lot of other different things within their house to make it energy efficient and for these to work. And the benefit of that is that, say you are on, say, a 50-acre R1 parcel and you put out a 2-megawatt system and you only have, say, 100 homes in that community, that community could also use this power to help other communities around it. So it could be serving several other communities at the same time, and to help offset other folks' electrical costs. So yeah, I mean, it certainly is a nice vision that communities of the future would have the ability to be self-sufficient on their own electrical grid. I mean, you still need to tie into the overall grid for emergency purposes, but yeah, I mean, I could certainly envision that happening someday.
Right. And financially, I see where, these parcels, especially when you're in water sewer areas within the development envelope, these properties are at a premium, and you could defray the development cost if you had another partner out there where they could use X amount of acreage, where you could sell or lease to them, and it kind of brings down the rest of your cost. And theoretically, you could potentially sell homes a little bit more affordably because you're doing this with a portion of the parcel. So, all of a sudden, kind of interested in this. But I don't know if you answered the question about would these be allowed in those, reserved areas in like our COS developments. I don't think you hit on that, or would you have to carve out a nice clean piece of property that's undesignated anything?
I think there's two things to say. One, if you're already an existing community, I don't think this would be something that you would go back as a homeowners group and try to sell or lease land for a community solar system. If you're a new community, yes, I think you could structure it that this is in open space, not the active open space, but could be an open space use within that development, that you would have it as a separate piece of development. There would be a land lease to the solar company who is providing the panels. That would either go back, I would probably go back to the homeowners association. That could offset other costs. The other thing to mention, and I think I said this at the beginning, this is a pilot program with the state of Maryland. So this is the initial 7-year period to see how these are going to work. And I said the whole program goals, and it's on the Maryland webpage, is to allow folks that may not be able to have solar panels or afford solar panels to buy into the renewable energy. And they do have megawatts set aside that they want to focus on low and moderate income customers. So what the Maryland program is trying to do, in my opinion, and reading their literature, is they want to create these community solar systems, and also make it affordable and make sure that low and moderate income families are able to take advantage of the lower energy costs that you get from the solar panels without making that substantial investment. As I said before, about 3 to 4 million to build a 2 megawatt system.
Right. Another thing in these areas, you know, and I know it probably would never be structured like that because of course, somebody that's an investor, they would want to lease it out and get the money back from them more than likely, versus you could have an HOA that maybe owns a chunk of land, part of a subdivision, and the money that they're earning from that lease could potentially pay for, you know, you could live in a neighborhood where you have all the benefits of an HOA without paying the bill because you have this lease paying that bill. Or, you know, stormwater management facilities, ponds, et cetera, they don't last forever. They last maybe 20 years, 30 years if you're lucky. And then you got an exorbitant, a huge cost to an HOA. So, I mean, it can be lots of money. Just the design and engineering can be a lot of money. That's why it's very important for every community to stay on top of it, because if you don't take good care of it and it's inspected and you fail and you need to redo it, it's going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars. This could potentially pay for that. And I'm much more, I think, a fan of this than I am of actual solar panels on homes. I just honestly think that's a bad idea. I know a lot of people love them. I'm also a real estate guy, and I have had experience with solar panels, and that's another, it's reminding me of some legislation I should create because of that. But anyway, I kind of think that this idea is a better alternative to that, where you could have these nice green communities. So I know I've probably talked too long, so I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schroeds. Anyone else? The only thing I would like to add, just for the record, is this past week, I was contacted by our representative at BG&E with some questions, and she got back to me today, and Ms. Rhodes reads, and they have no concern. So I wanted to enter that into the record. Ms. Dixon, do we have anyone signed up from the public?
Yes, Mr. President, there are 7 signed up this evening.
All right, before we start, again, we are allowing 3 minutes to speak for each speaker. Again, please be prompt. Our first speaker is Bruce Wilson.
This call may be monitored and recorded for quality assurance.
Thank you for calling SGC Power. Hello, this is Bruce.
Good evening, sir. It's Council President Vincenti. May I have your name and address for the record, please?
Certainly. My name is Bruce Wilson. Address is 6865 Deer Path Road, Suite 330, Elkridge, Maryland.
Thank you, sir. Continue.
First of all, I want to thank the Council President and Council members for allowing me to speak on Bill 21001. I am opposed to this bill as it is written. I find it too limiting. SGC is the company I work for. It's a Maryland-owned developer in Howard County. We've worked on some projects in 31 states totaling 1,400 megawatts of solar power. I am most proud of the 12 projects that we have been accepted into the community solar program in Maryland, totaling 23 megawatts. Those projects are in Prince George's, Montgomery, Cecil, Washington, Howard, and Baltimore counties. In implementing your proposed zoning regulations and using Hartford County online zoning map, I found a total of 34 parcels, and 23 of those are in GI. I've reached out to the 23 and the GI zoning with no response. Why? Because commercial and industrial is worth a lot more with a building on it than it is with solar on it. Community solar, as you discussed, is a state program. Anybody in the utility service territory can subscribe to buy discounted energy credits. Generally discounted about 10%. Low to moderate income households, they can get in about a 25% discount. The utilities are granted a limited capacity each year in the 7-year program. We are currently in year 4 of this program. Each year, the capacity changes for each utility. A maximum size of community solar installation is 2 megawatts. That's roughly 9 to 11 acres, depending on the lay of the land. We're all dependent on the land. Smaller systems are also permitted, like 1 megawatt. They take about 5 to 6 acres. Where the regulations are written, regulations prohibit more than 1 community solar installation on a parcel. The regulations prohibit installations from being installed on adjacent parcels. A parcel across the street or across the road is still considered an adjacent parcel. These systems are connected to 3-phase power, utility power. That's a pole with a crossbar across the top with 3 cables. These lines will only handle 1 or 2 systems of this size. Those 3-phase lines can actually run for miles down the road. Systems cannot be connected to the transmission lines, those large towers, because of higher voltage. Because of insurance regulations, the utilities will not allow installation of these systems under the transmission lines. There are landowners.
Mr. Wilson, please bring your comments to a close.
Will do. There are landowners and farmers in Harford County who are interested in generating additional revenue from their property. And this is the way they can do it. It can help keep these farms and this property and these families for generations to come.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Mr. Lynch?
Hello?
Good evening, sir. It's Council President Vincenti. May I have your name and address for the record, please? Mr. Lynch?
Can you hear me?
I can now, sir.
Okay. Good evening, Council President,
Need your name and
Vincenti,
address.
and members of the council.
I need your name and address for the record, please.
Oh, Robert Lynch, 30 Office Street, Bel Air, Maryland.
Thank you, sir.
I just want to make a couple of observations, if I may, members of the council. I guess the first question to ask when you're considering a zoning bill is ask the question, how does this proposal further the goals of the Harford County Master Plan? Is it consistent with the goals and objectives of the master plan? As we all know, the master plan is a guide by which the county should evaluate legislation, especially any type of zoning legislation. And we all know the zoning code is the best tool the county has to implement the plan. Specifically, if you look at the Harford County Master Plan and you focus on a particular chapter 4 about environmental stewardship, it talks about a master plan for the next generation. And specifically, goal ES 5.6 clearly states it's important to improve the efficiency by increasing access to and availability of alternative energy sources. The rationale was that renewable energy technologies such as wind and solar have a much lower environmental impact than conventional. It talks about implementation. It's important to evaluate public schools and county buildings to determine the viability of rooftop solar, identify local regulatory impediments to streamline the use of alternative solar, and considering allowing solar in a variety of zoning districts. The master plan goes on to talk about solar in the context of community planning and talks about the importance to focus on community facilities to look at alternative sources of power, such as wind, solar. This particular bill is totally consistent with the master plan, and it's exactly what the master plan addresses. I asked the members of the council to think about the fact that when you conduct a search in our current zoning code of the word solar, the word does not exist. It's hard to believe in the 21st century the county has not legislatively addressed solar. So I commend the council for addressing this bill and giving everyone an opportunity to comment. And that is why this bill is so important. When you drive around Harford, you can find solar in the yards, on rooftops, on church grounds, all have been approved as accessory uses. It's time to move beyond accessory uses and more fully embrace solar energy. And this bill was a first step in acknowledging the importance of renewable energy through zoning code legislation. Electricity sold to end user, residential and or commercial customers is a community-wide benefit resulting in a savings. And from the analysis and research I've seen, it can be between 10 to 20%. And this is a benefit to Harford County residents.
Mr. Lynch,
direct
please bring your
stemming
comments to a
from
close, please.
Community solar projects. So I'd ask the council to continue to consider this, and I would ask that they pass this particular legislation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir. Stephanie Flash.
Hello.
Good evening, ma'am. It's Council President Vincenti. May I have your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, Stephanie Flash, Friends of Harford President, P.O. Box 294, Abingdon, Maryland, 21009. Friends of Harford supports Bill 21-001, Solar Energy with Amendments. Friends of Harford is dedicated to advocating for responsible land use policies and practices that reduce environmental impacts, and we commend the county's legislative efforts for alternative energy initiatives. The Solar Energy Bill is an opportunity to enact small-scale clean energy sources, but it must be amended to reduce the negative impacts on Harford County's landscape so that the legislation is a win-win for all. Friends of Harford reviewed the solar energy best practices, Harford Next environmental stewardship and community planning area chapters, plus solar energy legislation in effect in other Maryland counties to evaluate the bill. Friends of Harford wants to recommend the following amendments. Please define the power and regenerative plants, Harford County's large-scale solar projects permitted in the GI district. The definition can clarify the difference between large-scale solar utilities and the CSEGs, the community solar energy generating systems, as an accessory or small-scale solar development. The language in both definitions needs to be identified with key differences because the development standard in B8 allows up to 3 of these community systems on one parcel. So we're concerned that what is the difference between the large-scale solar projects? We also asked to change the permitted use from a special development to a special exception, allowing the community and adjacent property owners the ability to provide feedback on the impacts proposed to their community. The county has no experience with small-scale solar accessories in designated zoning. Therefore, a special exception would at least potentially allow neighbors to help set site-specific requirements to protect themselves or, if necessary, to stop the project. A special development denies both of those possibilities. Solar developments also should not exclude agricultural districts. Agricultural protections can be designed to address different development-related risks. For example, sightings prohibited in rural legacy areas, on land use conservation or preservation easements, plus maybe a 2-mile buffer from designated scenic byways in the county. These types of restrictions can assist in preserving the local heritage, the scenic views, and protect against the detraction of events held in agricultural areas. The addition of the agricultural district actually allows a use that doesn't destroy valuable property with permanent development. We also ask that you incorporate the Department of Natural Resources guidance on solar site pollinator habitat designations into the development standard, section B5, to gain the benefits of the solar site and to enhance habitats surrounding the site.
Ms. Flash, please bring your comments to a close.
Okay. We also ask that use limitations be included, maximum square feet or percentage of the lot, just as the accessory use in structures 267-27, and also that the county limits some of these projects because we want to take advantage of the initiatives with the Maryland Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy Program that Harford County now participates in.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to have to cut you off. Thank you. I'm not going to try to attempt to pronounce this last name. First name's Franny.
Hello.
Good evening, ma'am. It's Council President Vincenti. May I have your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, Francis Yuha, 5133 Mountain Road in Pasadena.
Thank you, ma'am. You can continue.
Well, good evening and thank you. I am a lifelong Maryland resident and have been working in the solar energy industry for 15 years. I'm a project manager representing Turning Point Energy. I'm also a board member of the Chesapeake Solar and Storage Association, formerly known as MDDC, and a Maryland committee co-chair for the Coalition of Community Solar Access. And I commend the county executive for having this bill introduced and sincerely thank the council for considering it. I am in support of this bill with suggested modifications. And I want to share that I was fortunate to have installed a small solar array on the roof, on my own roof, 15 years ago, and it's still producing electricity for my home's use today. And I want people to have that same opportunity as I have to access solar generated electricity. And so anyone in BGE's or Delmarva service territory in Harford County could subscribe to a community solar project that is built in their territory. So I know that was one of the questions that was raised. So, but we just must allow projects to be built to fulfill the intentions of Maryland's ambitious renewable energy goals. And so those unable to install solar on their own rooftop can easily subscribe to a community solar project and participate in the green energy economy. So community solar projects benefit the county by generating increased property tax revenue, local jobs during the development and construction periods, and benefits the county residents in the form of electricity cost savings that was mentioned earlier. So it's a win-win for everyone. So we really appreciate the opportunity to comment and perhaps suggest some modifications as others have with regard to, in particular, Section A with regard to eligibility. We would strongly recommend against creating standards for a minimum lot size and perhaps use a modest amount of agriculturally zoned land. And also would suggest some modifications to the landscape buffer. 150-foot setback seems to be excessive. So maybe we can work to clarify somehow the landscape buffering might be allowed to be placed in that setback and talk about the details as this is drafted as we go through your process of accepting this bill. So with that, I think, if we could have some clarification on the intent of the conservation easement, that would also be helpful. But in general, we'd like to support this bill and allow community solar projects to be built in Harford County.
Thank you, ma'am. Jake Springer.
Hello.
Good evening, sir. It's Council President Vincenti. May I have your name and address for the record, please?
Hi, this is Jake Springer, 3146 16th Street Northwest in Washington, D.C.
Thank you, sir. Continue.
Thank you. So my name is Jake Springer. I'm with Nexamp. Nexamp is a developer and long-term owner-operator of community solar in Maryland and across the Northeast. We currently have one operating community solar project on the Eastern Shore that serves over half of the project serves low to moderate income customers, and we have a number of other projects in our proceeding to construction. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today to provide input on the proposed bill. I'm particularly pleased to see the council considering allowing for community solar development in Harford County, as well as the interest I've heard here today, and grateful for the opportunity again to hopefully improve some of the provisions in this bill. As others have touched on, community solar can bring a lot of value to Harford County and the residents here. By opening the door to community solar, the council can generate new tax revenue without new demands for services, great opportunity for local jobs, and provide a new option for Harford County residents to save money on electricity through energy generated in their community. Particularly for low-income residents, community solar may be their only means to invest in solar or renewable energy and to save money on electricity, not through benefit programs. We feel strongly that this option should be available for Harford County residents. I think there are a number of areas where this bill could be improved. Others have touched on some of them. The issues around co-location, I would say that appear at first read to be in conflict with some of the regulations at the PSC level. So I think additional clarity there could be in order. I'd also like to suggest that the decommissioning provisions, while well-intentioned, could be improved by adding language to address issues at no fault of the owner or developer. Without this language added, I think there could be a risk here when projects go to be financed, and I think we can work on that to improve the language there. But I also want to point out that I think the aim of the bill is missing a key element without allowing community solar to be sited within the agricultural zone, which is the vast majority of the county's land area. And some of the council members have touched on some of the issues here that essentially would be entirely restricted there. I would say that without its inclusion, I would expect community solar development to be very limited in Harford County in the near term. From our early discussions within the county, I think interest in hosting community solar has been limited to folks within that zone. And while I understand that there certainly are concerns about protecting agricultural land, community solar is not inconsistent with those goals. For many landowners, hosting community solar is a revenue stream that allows them to resist more permanent development pressure, and that keeps the nature of the land intact. For farmers, the lease payments from hosting community solar provide a steady revenue stream that balance their traditional revenues, which may be more volatile. In addition, community solar, when properly sited, can provide direct agricultural benefits through sheep or other animal grazing, or providing important pollinator
Please bring your
habitat.
comments to a close, sir.
Absolutely. So as the council further considers this bill, I encourage consideration of ways to provide some opportunity for community solar to be located in the agricultural zone, and I look forward to continuing to work with the council further on this bill. Thank you.
Leslie Elder.
Hello?
Good evening, ma'am. It's Council President Sunny. May I have your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, Leslie Elder, 1380 Monroe Street Northwest, Washington, D.C. Yep, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on bill number 2001. I'm Leslie Elder, the Mid-Atlantic Director for the Coalition for Community Solar Access, where I am charged with implementing and maintaining community solar markets in Maryland, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Virginia. CCSA is a coalition of businesses and nonprofits working together to expand customer choice and access to solar for all Maryland households and businesses through community solar programs. Today, nearly 75% of American households and businesses do not have access to solar because they either rent, live in multi-tenant buildings, or have roofs that are unable to host a solar system. Community solar provides anyone who pays an electric bill equal access to the economic and environmental benefits of solar energy without the need to install a solar system on site. It expands the access to solar for all, providing energy choice for customers, and injects critical economic stimulus into local communities. Some additional basics for community solar and how the program works. The typical lifespan of a project is 25 years, and the development cycle is approximately 2 years. The facility must be located close to a distribution line in order to be connected to the grid and serve customers. Also, a typical facility will take between 5 and 8 acres, depending on setback requirements determined by the county per megawatt, and will serve over 200 homes per megawatt, depending on the energy usage of the subscriber. CCSA applauds the council president and the county executive for introducing this bill. Community solar can bring a wealth of opportunities to Harford County through direct and indirect economic benefits, cost savings on utility bills for your constituents, job opportunities, and lease options for farmers. With only 3 years remaining in the Maryland Community Solar Program, this legislation could not have come at a more opportune time. Based on CCSA's experience in Maryland community solar market, the best practices in other markets across the country, we respectfully recommend some modifications to the legislation that I've included in my written comments, and many have already discussed today. So in an interest of time, I will leave it to my written comments. CCSA also appreciates Harford County moving forward to address community solar, and we look forward to partnering with you and the council on finding the best ways to bring this economic driver to your community. With the community solar program sunsetting in just a few years, the time is of the essence to include ground-mounted solar projects in this legislation proposal to ensure Harford County can participate more holistically in the program. As discussed in detail tonight, community solar projects bring many benefits to the agricultural industry, including steady revenue streams. Absolutely. Steady revenue streams to protect family farms, land and soil conservation, and protection against volatility in commodities markets. We look forward to working closely with you. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Good evening, sir. It's Council President Vincenti. May I have your name and address for the record?
Yes, Bill Whalen, Harford County resident for 35 years, living at 415 Cedars.
Mr. Whalen, you need to turn your computer
Harford
down.
County resident for 35 years, living at 415 Cedars. Can you hear me, Mr. Vincenti?
Now I can, sir. Please continue.
Okay. The definition that's in 267.4 does not define the public utilities article of the Annotated Code of Maryland. I think that must be met. I think it's open-ended, would be subject to interpretation without a specific article number and section. I also believe that these systems should be permitted in AG, RR, ROVR, and VB. I don't understand why they're not. I do understand any AG land in the preservation program would be excluded because their landowners have been paid not to develop their land. But there is other AG land that does not meet the acceptance criteria, so they should be welcome community solar system. The permitted use should definitely be a special exception and not a special development. I think those definitions need to be read by the council and it changed to a special exception. Mr. Wagner, Mr. Johnson was right on my previous comments. The bill states the system cannot exceed 2 megawatts of capacity as measured in AC current. It is a lot of power. I won't go into the fact that, you know, there's 5,000 or more solar panels of that capacity. Comparing it to a regular home, which only takes 28 to 40, it leads me to another question. If 2 megawatts is the maximum capacity, what's the minimum capacity, if any? It should be stated. The bill has minimum lot acreage requirements for R1 through R4, 50, 40, 30, and 20 acres respectively, but does not specify minimum lot requirements for the other zoning districts. Why not? In the B1, B2, B3, and other districts, there are development standards listed that do not need to be complied with. They're listed as 1, 2, 5, 6, and 8 of this bill and exclude requirements such as setbacks, height, and fence. This is wrong, and it will allow the systems to be installed in zone business districts that are adjacent or near residential neighborhoods with hardly any development standards. And finally, Jennifer talked about a zoning case. 5885 comes to mind. And in a particular note in that case, Mr. Cahu talked about the lack of definition in the regulations of solar, solar power, solar facility, solar field, solar plant, solar array, power and generation plant. this bill still lacks good definition, and those other definitions should be added. This case is going through the courts. There's a public hearing in December, another for April 20th.
Mr. Whalen, please bring your comments to a close.
Yes, sir. Facts are that recent court decisions have effectively voided the county's authority to regulate power generating facilities. My question is, will the PSC be the ultimate authority where these solar systems are allowed? And with your permission, Mr. Vincetti, I'd like to send those questions through to Ms. Dixon.
Thank you. And we're going to cut you off, sir. Thank you. Ms. Dixon, is there anyone else signed up?
There's no one else signed up, Mr. President.
With no one else signed up, I want to thank our speakers, obviously, and our presenters, Jenny and Dave. Thank you very much for being here this evening. This will conclude the public hearing for Bill 21-001. The hearing is now closed. We'll look at it at another date. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, do you want to take a 5-minute recess before we start the regular scheduled meeting? Good to go? What are we doing?
Council President, I'd say just let's keep on rolling.
Council President, if I may take a 5-minute phone call. The hospital called about my mother and I need to call them back.
Go right ahead, Mr. Buell. I totally understand.
I need to take a 5-minute break.
All right, we're going to do a 5-minute break. Ryan, we good to go?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Dixon, is everyone on?
I do believe so. If you can just give me a second, Mr. President, I'm restarting the record for the meeting.
Let me know when you're ready.
I'll let you know when that's connected.
Just gotta wear a darker tie next time. Right. Joe's looks good.
Okay,
Well
Mr.
done.
President, we are ready.
Okay, council, we ready? Good evening. Chair calls to order legislative session day 21-005. Council, as you know, we are still operating with a modified agenda due to the ongoing health emergency. At this time, I would ask you to please join us in standing for the pledge, followed by opening prayer led by Councilman Schroeder. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Amen.
Amen. Agenda item number 4, presentation of proclamations. Harford County Government Retirement Recognition, James Richardson. JR, I know you've been on with us throughout the public hearing earlier. I want to thank you for coming early and coming again tonight. We have a proclamation we want to present to you, but I'm going to turn it over to Vice President Woods now.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Jim, for being here with us tonight. Whereas James C. Richardson served as director of the Harford County Department of Human Resources from 1998 through 2004, where he developed the consortium of Harford County government, Harford Community College, Harford County Public Library System, and the Harford County Public Schools for the purchase of employee health care. And whereas Mr. Richardson served as director of the Harford County Office of Economic Development from 2004 through 2014, where he developed the base realignment and closure transition office, secured $1.7 million in Office of Economic Adjustment, Department of Defense grant funds for BRAC activities, and finalized the action plan. He also made efforts to work within all major sectors of Harford County Office of Economic Development, including manufacturing, distribution, and defense, to ensure growth, expansion of business such as Sephora, Smith's Detection, Frito-Lay, Rite Aid, Kohl's, Wegmans, and the production of House of Cards within Harford County. Whereas after serving in the economic development capacity, Mr. Richardson returned to Harford County Department of Human Resources as director in 2014. Now, therefore, we, the County Council of Harford County, Maryland, on this 29th day of January 2021, we hereby recognize and congratulate James C. Richardson, Harford County government, 22 years of service, on his retirement, and express our appreciation for his more than 22 years of outstanding service and dedication to Harford County government to enrich the lives of Harford County employees, businesses, and citizens.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. Mr. Schroeder.
Thank you, Council President. It's really my honor, Jim, to present you this virtual proclamation here. You've been a friend of mine for many, many years, and your entire family has become very close to me as well. And just, can't say enough about our friendship, but this is about your retirement to Harford County government. And you've served 22 years with 3 different county executives. in actually several different capacities as a cabinet director. So I don't know that this has ever happened before, but so we're kind of maybe making history here. And, you know, I just wish you the very best in, you know, this next phase of your life. I know that this is going to allow you much more time with your incredible family, who are all great friends of mine as well, and that beautiful baby granddaughter, Fiona. And she is the cutest little baby you've ever seen, and I'm so glad that I got to see her over the weekend. But with that, I do hope to see you more often as well. I know you're not going to go away, and your heart is right here in Harford County, and it always will be. You will always be in Harford County. You may have a house somewhere else, but I know this is always going to be your home. And, you know, just congratulations to you. Here's your proclamation.
Thank you, Mr. Schroeds. Council members, anyone else? JR, would you like to say a few words?
Council President Vincetti, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay, good.
Don't thank us. Don't thank us. We want to thank you for all the successes that you and your teams over the last 22 years have brought to Harford County. So go ahead.
Well, I appreciate that, and I don't want to go listening tonight. You know, we're only as good as the and Council. You have a great team there at the County Council with everybody that's working there. You know, I respect the work that everybody's doing. I've even worn red tonight for Tony G, because I know he's a big red guy there, so I did that. But the people that I want to recognize are the three people that really helped me do what I did, and that was Janet Schaub, our Deputy Director in Human Resources, Denise Carnaggio, the Deputy Director for Economic Development, who's still working for the community college. Both the ladies are fantastic people that have worked for the county. And then finally, Tiffany Stevens there, the Deputy Director and now the Director. She is fantastic. I can't say anything highly enough about her, that she's moved into that job. So those folks really made my job a lot easier, and building that team was very important to me. So thank you again. And if I can be of any assistance to anybody, please feel free to give me a call.
Thank you, JR. Thank you again for taking time this evening. Always good to see you.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Thank you. Agenda item number 5, consideration of petitions, applications, appointment, and recognitions. Executive appointments, local management board may have a motion.
Mr. President.
Mr. Woods.
I move to approve the executive's new appointment of Jeannie Counter to the local management board.
May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Schroeds. It's moved and seconded to approve the new appointment of Jenny Towner to the local management board. Is there any discussion? Ms. Dixon?
Mr. President,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Woods,
Aye.
Mr. Giangiordano,
Aye.
Mr. Schroeds,
Aye.
Mr. Wagner,
Aye.
Mr. Beulah.
Aye.
There being 7 votes in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, the appointment is hereby approved. Environmental Advisory Board may I have a motion.
Mr. President.
Mr. Woods.
Move to approve the new appointment of Jacqueline Turner to the Environmental Advisory Board.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Schroeds. It's moved and seconded to approve the new appointment of Jacqueline Cohen. Any discussion? Ms. Dixon?
Mr. President,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Woods,
Aye.
Mr. Giangiordano,
Aye.
Mr. Schroeds,
Aye.
Mr. Wagner,
Aye.
Mr. Beulah.
Aye.
Thank you. There being 7 votes in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, the appointment is hereby approved. Special presentations, COVID-19 and vaccination update. Dr. Bashai, are you with us, sir?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Hi,
sir.
this is Dr. Bashai. So I think Marcy's here as well to cover the story about the COVID-19 vaccination campaign. I'll be brief about the levels of the epidemic with some good news about some slow improvements in the positivity rate. The cases per 100,000 has been 27.57 today. That's about a 3% drop from last week. And the positivity rate is 7.27% of all tests have turned out positive, which is also a slight decline. So I'm now much more confident that the epidemic levels are in decline from where they were at their peak at the end of December. The zip code data show that there are some hotspots in the county. We've put on our website an annualized rate of positivity, and if COVID rates stayed where they are right now, the average citizen of Harford County would face a 95 per 1,000 chance of getting COVID. That's about a 9% chance. However, in some of the zip codes, the rate is double that. There are 5 high-risk zip codes where the rates are much, much higher than average. They're on our website. Those zip codes correspond to Churchville, Darlington, Havre de Grace, Jarrettsville, and Kingsville. We are doing our best with contact tracing to try to understand why those zip codes are having a higher level of COVID-19 transfer. Those rates have been high in those zip codes for the last 2 weeks, and we certainly hope that those epidemic rates do begin to decline. In terms of the COVID vaccine campaign, we had to suspend activities yesterday due to the snow, but we've rescheduled those visits for this week, and we'll be doing extra work tomorrow to make up for the snow day. The report on our vaccination levels in January are out, and we vaccinated 8,451 just at the Harford County Health Department. So we're very excited by that level of performance for the health department. But overall, the Harford County residents have been able to get vaccines from both the hospital, and many of our health workers have been able to get vaccine from their workplaces out in the city and other counties. So the overall number of Harford County residents vaccinated so far is 24,069, and that is nowhere near where we want it to be. That's 9% of the county as of now. Because we've been targeting seniors, we've vaccinated 27% of our seniors over the age of 75, and I'm very happy that that continues. Now I want to talk about first and second doses before we turn it over to Marcy. So I just said that our county health department has vaccinated 8,400 people with first doses. Now just to stay even, if we want to give another 8,400 first doses in February, we have to have double that because this is a 2-dose drug. So we would really need to have the supply of this vaccine have doubled as of today in order to deliver 16,000 in the month of February. 8,000 first doses in January, 8,000 first doses in February, and the 8,000 second doses in February to match the January first doses. That's what it would take to stay even on our just level on the first dose delivery. This vaccine has not doubled its supply in the last 30 days. Instead, supply has increased at a much slower pace than anybody had hoped. Our numbers are increasing by about 5% every week, which isn't going to give us a doubling. So we will be vaccinating at the same intense pace throughout the month of February. If we get more first doses from the federal government, we will absolutely deliver them. Our ability to meet the supply head on and deliver what we get has been established. We just don't have the doses coming from the federal government in order to increase our first dose supply. I'll turn it over to Marcy with many more details about the vaccine clinics that we're running.
Thank you, Dr. Bashai. Good evening, Council President Vincenti and members of the Council. I'd like to give everyone an update on our vaccination efforts. Since school will be going back as of March 1st, we're in the process of securing additional sites in case we need to vacate Patterson Mill. And we appreciate Harford County Public Schools for allowing us to use their schools, at least through February. On Friday, January 29th, the Health Department was given notice by the state that we will receive an allocation of 1,600 first doses. And unfortunately, we have not yet heard about our second dose allotment. Emails and links to register for a vaccine have been sent out to expend all of those first and second doses we received last Tuesday and for this week's allotment. February will be mostly dedicated to second dose vaccinations as they need to be administered at the 28-day mark or slightly beyond. Our allotments have designated amounts for first doses and second doses, and we are bound to use them accordingly. Currently, we are receiving higher amounts of second doses to assure our citizens complete their 2-dose vaccine requirement. This means we are all starting all over with Group 1A and administering their second doses. And as a reminder, this group includes first responders, healthcare workers, long-term care residents, judiciary, and corrections. We will continue to schedule first doses according to the amount the state designates. We continue to advocate to the state for additional doses of vaccines, and I know that Mr. Vincenti is doing so as well. Here is the vaccine clinic timeline for this week and next. The week of February 1st through 5th, which is this week, we are focused heavily on second doses. We also continue vaccinating Group 1B and any remaining Group 1A with our first dose allotment. We have a total of 5 clinics this week, with about 2/3 of folks receiving second doses and 1/3 receiving first doses. As a side note, and Dr. Bashai mentioned, we had to cancel yesterday's clinic because of the weather. So emails were sent to the individuals over the weekend who were scheduled yesterday, and they were rescheduled for tomorrow. This morning, we opted for a delayed opening to the clinic, and folks were notified to come starting at 12 if they had one of the earlier appointments. Our staff didn't miss a beat, and every appointment that was already scheduled this week was honored. During the week of February 8th through the 12th, we will have 5 vaccination clinics, and we will continue vaccinating Group 1B, any remaining Group 1As, and those who need their second dose. We will again be giving 2/3 of the folks their second dose and about 1/3 their first. As of today, the Health Department has administered a total of 8,563 first doses and 348 second doses of the COVID vaccine. Again, the Health Department continues to advocate for more allotments of vaccine each week so that we can get all the citizens vaccinated. We again ask for everyone's patience during this process. And this bears repeating from a previous report. The pre-registration will get you into the Health Department system, but the amount of time it takes for staff to get back to you with the link to register is absolutely dependent on the amount of vaccines we receive. It is disheartening to both citizens and to us that we cannot move more quickly on this mass vaccination effort as we are trained to do so. Our staff continues to give everything they have to this effort and have been doing so for the last 10 months. We have been through the many phases of COVID, including compliance inspections to assist restaurants and businesses in meeting the social distancing protocols, the continuing mass testing initiative in partnership with Upper Chesapeake, and now the mass vaccination effort. We, along with everybody else in the entire world, are looking forward to safer times. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Thank you, Dr. Bashai. First, let me ask you this, Marcy. Pre-registered numbers, how many thousands do we have pre-registered?
Almost
I have that
50,000.
Exactly.
Yes. Go ahead. Yes.
Dr.
We have duplicate names, and once I cleaned out the duplicate names, we got to a number of 32,000.
32,000. How many vaccines did we receive on Monday?
1,600.
So therein lies the issue. I mean, the three of us talked today. We talk just about every day. And the biggest frustration that we have is the delivery of vaccines to Harford County. It's holding everything back. The governor said he wanted schools to start in person by March the 1st. The county executive wants to open up parks and rec facilities for indoor activities by March the 1st. Nothing that we can do, we can't do without the vaccines. Today, I called Dutch Ruppersberger's office, Andy Harris's office, the governor's office, trying to get someone to give us an answer on vaccine delivery, and it's very, very frustrating to say the least. But I got to tell you, I appreciate all that you do. I appreciate the team at the health department and everything that you guys do. You guys are amazing, and you work 7 days a week. Gosh, I don't know how many hours a day, but I know you're available basically 24/7. So I appreciate that. Council, at this time, any questions? Mr. Woods.
Thank you, Mr. President. And once again, Health Department folks, thanks for being out here and answering questions. With the redundancy of people signing up, is that across all the entities? For instance, the Health Department, the grocery stores, and the hospital? Are you able to track those other places?
Are we able to track the other places' availability of vaccines?
No, who's signing up at those locations? I had a constituent make a comment to me the other day that they signed up at all the locations just in case whoever calls first, they can go get it. And is that going to cause a no-show issue later on?
No, it won't cause a no-show. We're aware that this is happening. So when I say I have 32,000 people pre-registered with the Harford County Health Department, I know that many of them are cross-registered and they will secretly not be interested anymore when I show up to give them a link. And that means when I do have open slots, I'll email, let's say, 500 of them, and only 200 will accept my open slots. If that happens, I'll email another 500 and then 200. I will fill my slots. I'm not worried. It'll just take me more mass invitations before my slots are filled. But we're not anywhere near the point where we're reaching the end of the day and no one's taking our slots. It's just that the number who come back after I send out 500 invitations will go down because people are getting their vaccines elsewhere, but they don't tell me. So just today we went to our 1As. We have 1,000 1As that are still appear as though they're interested in our vaccine clinics, but I know that many of them have already received vaccines. So we emailed all 1,000 of them to say, are you still interested? Just to see how rich that list of 1,000 is.
Very good, thank you.
We have had, we've also had.
Go ahead,
Sorry.
Marcy.
We've also had some people kind enough to email us to let us know that they got in somewhere else. So that helps reduce our list a little bit.
Thank you, Marcy. Council, Mr. Buell.
Yes, Dr. Bashar. I know there's been a lot of talk that as far as Maryland ranking very low in its allotment for vaccine deliveries. And this is two-part. Is there any particular reason why? And I know the council president has been in touch with our federal representatives. Is there anything that the average citizen can do other than call their congressman, their senator? But is there any particular reason why we're so low on the list as far as getting our allocation? I think we're like number 45.
I think you're right. I think the advocacy that Councilman Vincenti has been leading on, that you're leading on, and our federal delegation is leading on is really how democracy works. So I'm saddened to hear that we're ranking so low. We need to do all we can to get our fair share of the federal vaccines.
So you don't have any particular reason why there's no, it's just the way it is? Or?
Well, I hear the same news you hear that says that the federal government wants to be fair and allocate by population size, and you know, that is inconsistent with the data you're saying that Maryland is 45th in the nation. In terms of our county, our coverage rate is on track with the achieving of 1 million doses a day. So our county is getting itself vaccinated on pace with 1 million doses a day goal. We are a small fraction of the the nation's population, and if the nation gets 1 million, we're getting our share of that 1 million in our county.
Okay, I guess that's the best you can give me right now. And on a side note, I was speaking with City Council President David Glenn earlier this week, and I don't know if you're in need of more sites to vaccinate people, but he told me that he had contacted the health department twice, and the city of Havre de Grace would offer the community center to be used as a place to vaccinate people, and they would be also willing to set up the tent so people could drive by. I don't know if you need another center. Hopefully we get enough vaccines in shortly that you will need all the centers you can get. So I just wanted to pass that on to you from the council president, the city, the Havre de Grace City Council President. That's all I have, Council President. Thank you.
That's very generous of Havre de Grace. And as you know, if we lose access to our school sites, we have already looked into replacement sites. That far ahead, let me tell you my forecast for April of this year. I want the private sector to open up the venues, and I think that will be happening by April. Already today, we're hearing that 10% of the nation's retail pharmacies will be getting vaccine, and that's just going to keep increasing. So I do believe that by mid to late spring, the health department will be a player, part of the solution. I think that we will be joined by many, many venues in Havre de Grace, and our market share will fall as we're joined by so many other venues. That's what I want to see happen.
Yes, they just, he wanted me to extend that offer from the city of Havre de Grace to let you know that they are ready and willing to do all they can to help Hartford County get people vaccinated.
Thank you, and we'll follow up as we see our needs up in the Havre de Grace region.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beulah. Council, anyone else? Councilman Jan Giordano.
Good evening, Dr. Bashai and Marcy. Thank you for the updated information. Hopefully we get more vaccines. Is the first shot the same as the second shot, or is it different? Is made up of something different, Dr. Bashai?
Thank you, Councilman. The molecular substance of the first and second dose is exactly the same molecule, exactly the same vial. So in theory only, the first dose and second dose could be substituted for each other, but because the FDA authorization says that this vaccine has only been studied as a 2-dose, it's only known to be safe and effective as a 2-dose, it is only authorized as a 2-dose, we feel it's important to follow the FDA's rules and always give it as 2 doses instead of turning our reserve of second doses into first doses that would be going against the FDA's guidance.
Yeah, I had some people ask that and I wasn't sure. And then I know our numbers are coming down. Where do we stand compared to, are we still lower than rates of neighboring counties like Baltimore County and some of the other counties? Are we significantly less in our numbers in Baltimore County? I'm sure Baltimore City. Where do we stand with that, the transmission rates?
In terms of Hartford County's COVID transmission rates are better than many of our similar neighbors. I am happy to say that. And what was most concerning me was that we have zones inside the county that are much higher, and that's what we have to keep an eye on and stop the spread to come from those more intensely affected areas in the county.
Okay. And then finally, is there any validity to the fact that the gold standard, the PCR test, that they're now using a much lower value to test positive between the 25 and 35 cycle rates as opposed to 35 and into the 40s for the cycle rates that makes more false positives?
That's a great point, and what we want to do when we change the thresholds in a laboratory test, is to make the test of most value in giving us a high number of true positives and a low number of false negatives. As a disease becomes much more common, the worry is that if you set a overly rigid threshold, you will miss some true positives. And missing a true positive in this epidemic is very dangerous because you're letting somebody spread. So by changing the threshold, they lower the chance of having a false negative, and that helps us detect more cases because the disease is more common. And so it's that's what, we do this all the time in lab testing. The more common a condition is, the more you have to minimize the chance of a false negative.
So was the first time that they lowered that in December 14th, and right at that point they haven't lowered it more than just that one time, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, so 2 months down the road they could lower it again.
I only think they'll lower it again if the prevalence of the disease increases. They're changing it in response to the prevalence in the community to make the test perform better.
Does that make our numbers go up or go down?
I think that it would probably make us catch more cases that we need to catch. And I think with the old threshold, we were missing some. And I want to find them all so that we can get people to modify their behavior and stop the spread.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bashai. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Giordano. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Council President. Good evening, Dr. Bashai and Marcy. I got a question. So do we have any cases within the state or the county of the mutation of the virus?
Yes, we have cases that are spreading in the state. The variants that you're familiar with, the South African variant, is present in the state.
Okay, and does the vaccine does that help against the mutation of the virus?
Well, there are a number of studies that have just come out in the past few days, and these are studies that obviously are not done with human beings encountering these strains. These are lab studies where we take the serum of a vaccinated patient, and then we see if the patient's serum can neutralize the mutated virus. Those studies so far, except for the South African strain, appear to be very reassuring. The South African strain, I'm seeing some tests showing that the mutant is not fully neutralized by vaccinated serum. A study that just came out yesterday showed that there was some neutralization. This is a very active area that we're all extremely riveted by. We really need to know for sure whether the vaccine will protect us, or if we need to give booster doses of the vaccine if this mutant strain begins to spread.
So Dr. Bashai, what causes the virus to mutate? Do we know what causes it?
Well, it's due to the molecular structure of RNA. Our RNA doesn't have a double strand to hold it stable. It's a single strand of DNA, so it's able to rearrange much more easily. These genetic code molecules, both DNA and RNA, it's wonderful that they mutate. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the diversity of life. I hate it when they mutate in a lethal virus. But all genetic code will rearrange to some degree every time it replicates. So the virus is doing what life does. It changes the arrangement of its nucleotides. And so, most of the time, that doesn't help the virus at all, but it's mutating so many times that these strains have found advantageous rearrangements.
So in your professional opinion, does vaccination mitigate the mutation?
Well, what's happening now, as I said, the UK strain B1117 is a strain that the vaccine will protect us against. The South African strain, unclear, maybe, we're not sure. The thing is, these strains are still rare, and the ordinary strain is still common, and the vaccine will protect us against the ordinary strain. It's a race. The more we get our protection going against this ordinary strain, the safer we'll all be.
Okay. Thank you very much, Doc, and thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Schroeds?
Thank you, Council President. Councilman Johnson actually stole half of my question, and I was going to use the word race, and you just said that it's kind of a race to try to get everybody vaccinated before, we get saturated with the other strain. But my other question is that I understand that J&J or Johnson & Johnson, that's a vaccine where only is going to take one shot, and I understand that it is very quickly going to get approved. Is that going to be distributed the same way that the Pfizer and the Moderna vaccines are distributed, or is that going to be a different way through pharmacies or other ways? I mean, because we're behind right now on getting our vaccines, is there a way for us to be the first to get the Johnson & Johnson?
Well, the Operation Warp Speed, or whatever the White House is calling it now, will still keep control of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine once it is approved. Again, this is a vaccine that was contracted by the federal government. If it is approved, the stocks that are in the factory are owned by the federal government, and so the process will be through the federal government releasing it to the states, who release it to our pharmacies and health departments. But more vaccine is great. I don't believe that our problem is that the federal government to the states is a bad system. The problem is that the factories are not making enough. So, the Pope and President Biden and the King of England, the Queen of England could all want it, but the CEO of Pfizer and the CEO of Moderna have to make a brand new molecule that they've never made before. They've been planning to build these factories. There's just not enough factories to make all the doses we need. But now if Johnson & Johnson comes in, that's great. We've got a whole new area to produce new vaccine, and it's going to help get people vaccinated. So I don't think the problem is that the distribution system is wrong. There's just nothing going into the pipeline to get out the other end. The pipeline works, just there's not production.
Now, are these companies, are they shutting down other lines and dedicating, because of the, this virus, this pandemic, are they just basically doing this, or shutting down other operations just to try to stay on top of this?
That's a great question. Better than that, because we knew this was one of the world's biggest problems. When the government in Operation Warp Speed went to these companies 10 months ago and said, "I'd like you to invent a vaccine," we not only said, "Here's money for the research," we said, "I want you to build factories as though you knew this was going to be approved, and you won't lose any money. You don't have to go to the investors of Wall Street and get money hoping you'll be able to sell it. Don't worry, build the factories now." They started building factories in the summer on speculation that they would have a safe and effective vaccine. So Johnson & Johnson already built the factories. Not only that, they already have produced doses. They'll be wasted if the vaccine is not approved or not safe, but that's okay because the American people wanted production to be fast. So it's not as though they waited and let's see, is it going to be safe and effective, and then if so, we're going to close down that plant. And this was warp speed. It was, you have the full interest of the American people wanting this to be fast. Same with Pfizer, same with Moderna and the other vaccines. They have already invested in the plants, hiring workers, buying reagents, so they are ready to go, and they've already made their scale-up plan. So we are hopeful that the data will support authorization. If not, if it doesn't support it, I trust the FDA to not release it. Nobody wants an unsafe, ineffective vaccine out.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schroeds. Anyone else? Seeing no one else, Marcy, Dr. Bashai, thank you again for coming this evening, and I'm sure we'll be talking again soon.
Thank you.
Harford County Public Schools Education Update, Dr. Sean Bolson, Superintendent of Harford County Public Schools. Dr. Bolson, good to see you this evening. I want to thank you for taking the time over the last couple of days to talk with me and listen to my frustrations, if you will. And I'm hoping that you have some good news for us this evening.
All right. Well, Council President Vicente, Vice President Woods, council members, thank you for having me here tonight and for the opportunity to talk with you. As you know, there's always a lot going on. So maybe a quick review first. So when I last presented to you on January 12th, we talked about our continuity learning plan. And during that conversation, I referenced many times the state guidance that was in place and it really influencing our work. And we talked a lot about that. As you probably all know, January 21st, the state released updated guidance that was dramatically different from that which we had in the past and that we discussed before. So 4 days later, January 25th, we released an update to our plan, which included details about how we will provide all students the opportunity to return to some form of in-person learning starting in March. Of particular note in the new guidance is the fact that all reference to metrics, specifically community transmission and new cases per 100,000, again, which we talked quite a bit about last time, all that have been removed, as well as any descriptions of safety protocols. Those were also removed. And so the guidance document is trimmed down dramatically at this point. So for us now, in the absence of any clear metrics, we do have to look a little more holistically at our decisions about how we will structure things moving forward and what that means for our structures in terms of in-person learning. And I mean, as you just heard in the update, I mean, the pandemic is still here, and and we do have our rates going down a little bit, but I do want to talk about really the key things driving our decisions now and how we've had to shift and kind of look at this differently with the new guidance. So there's really three key things we're taking into consideration to balance pretty much any decision. The first is we're still needing to look at community transmission. The CDC, has community transmission as one of its key things, and it ranges, based on where your community is with regard to transmission, whether you're at sort of lower risk or higher risk. And so just understanding risk, we're still looking at the community transmission, but then as we just heard, we're seeing those numbers going down, and we're hoping that by March 1st, we'll even be in a better place. When we closed, when we sort of shut down the in-person learning in November, we were seeing the numbers start to spike past the 5% positivity and the 15 cases per 100,000. We're still well above those. But so that's the first consideration of community transmission. The second one is disruptions to our operations. And so this is a little different. One thing Dr. Chan, our interim state health officer, has clarified on multiple occasions is that while the guidance and the metrics have changed, that there's two protocols that we've been following all the way along and that we will still need to follow. And I think explaining one of these is a little bit counterintuitive. And I think this was surprising both to superintendents, but to many others. And I want to take a second just to explain that. So the first protocol is our quarantine and isolation. What that means is whenever someone appears in our school site with COVID-like symptoms, cough, sneezing, whatever, that list of symptoms, we have to go through a protocol where the person who's exhibiting symptoms is assessed, and ultimately they need to get tested, and sent home until we know we have a negative test, and anyone who is in close contact with that person exhibiting the symptoms, whether it's a student or an adult, also needs to be isolated and quarantined. And the metrics, the guidance has changed a little bit, but they need to be quarantined up to 10 days until we have a negative PCR result. So the one thing that's counterintuitive there is that we've been told that even after people have been vaccinated, because the science is still unclear about transmission, even after vaccination, that so while the vaccination protects the individual from getting seriously ill, or at least that's how it's been described to me in sort of less scientific terms, the possibility of them still transmitting is something that we have to be cautious about. And so again, so people, even if they've been vaccinated, will still need to be either quarantined or isolated if they come in close contact. And that's been one of the things, and you've seen this happen in other counties where students have been in person, where you have many people getting sent out for essentially just being quarantined or isolated because of these symptoms. They may or may not be sick. You know, if they are sick, that certainly is a slightly different story, but that is one of the things that leads to our disruptions and has made it hard to, in some cases, staff classrooms and buildings. And again, you've read about that in other places. The second protocol that could contribute to our disruptions, and we had an example of this in November, is the protocol from the state with regard to how we respond to outbreaks. So the definition of outbreaks is when you have multiple positive cases of the virus, and that we've been able to establish some sort of epidemiological link, thus suggesting that they occurred in that actual place. So if an outbreak occurred in a place, we've seen transmission from person to person within that one setting, you know, we have a protocol we need to follow. One of the outcomes is that we may need to close that individual school. If it's possible, if it's contained in a certain way, we might be able to just close parts of the school, but that is one of the things that could lead to a school closure. Now, when I talk about these disruptions, particularly those two protocols, they really serve to achieve what I think was one of the major intents behind the new guidance document. And what that is that there was growing question. One of the reasons that the state wanted to move toward changing the guidance, there was growing question that community transmission, again, that's what we talked about last time, was kind of a less accurate tool to use. But that was what our guidance said, and that was what we were using up until they changed it. So this idea now that we're really focusing on these two processes where we're sending people home if they come in contact or they're showing symptoms, or we're closing sites if we have an outbreak. So now what's happened is, you know, decisions about school opening or closing aren't this big blunt instrument where we might be closing down the whole district at once. We'll be doing it on a school by school basis. And I believe that really was the intent of this new guidance, that we shift from community-wide decisions, whole systems shutting down, to school by school. And right before we closed in November, we had our one example of that outbreak scenario at Chappaqua Elementary, and that school closed a couple days earlier because we had multiple positive cases over a couple days, and there appeared to be a link that occurred at the school. So that's the second major consideration. First, community transmission, then the disruptions that may come from following these protocols. But the third major consideration is what you've already discussed at great length tonight, is the vaccination. We really do believe that the vaccination is a game changer. You know, presence or absence of the vaccination doesn't completely stall our plan, because we're going to be moving forward. However, where we have the vaccines, we feel we're able to take more risk. And so, you know, if we're saying people have been vaccinated, we can justify balancing that risk out a little bit. And that might mean that group sizes can be a little larger. If our adults have been vaccinated, and you know, one thing we've heard, he gave a fantastic summary of the research at our board meeting last Monday. One of the things he talked about was how transmission affects children. And so if we know that transmission among younger children, particularly elementary age, is much less likely, and our adults have had access to a vaccine, that we have a safer setting and we can move forward with a little more confidence that people are going to be safe. And so, you know, one of the other things, because we've talked about our plans constantly adjusting to the circumstances on the ground, since last week, we were able to move through the clinics for our elementary school staff. We've had this great partnership with the health department. They helped us, as we know that educators were put in the 1B phase. And so Monday to Friday last week, we ran the staff of all 33 elementary schools. And again, this is those who chose to sign up. Some people, we haven't been 100% interested, but those who chose to sign up had an opportunity to get their first dose last week in our elementary schools. So again, thank you to the health department for making that happen. We've had a lot of our own people involved in the vaccination clinics helping deliver those vaccines. And we're happy to be contributing in that way as well. So with the sense now that, again, so it's sort of a different look from the guidance, with the fact that we have made progress with the vaccines, with the first doses in our elementaries. If we're able to stay on track and get those second doses, we're currently scheduled and we've heard that the second doses are prioritized. If we're able to get those second doses to our elementary staff, we're currently on track to do that if we can sustain that by the end of February, which means that when students return in March, we expect to be able to accelerate our hybrid plan, particularly for elementary, because those are the staff we've had a chance to have vaccinated up to this point. So, a little bit of preview of upcoming events. Next week, I will be bringing to the board a revised plan for the elementary hybrid to show how we might be able to accelerate that. And it will not just be the immediate impact in March, but we're looking a little farther down the road as well and trying to give some more answers. And then another thing that we expect to be able to share, I announced this at the last board meeting, that at the upcoming meeting on Monday night, we also will be going through the details of our plan for a spring athletic season. So also something that we hope to begin in March. And so those should be coming out by the time of the board meeting Monday night. So with that, I'll turn it over to you for questions. But again, thank you to our partners in town to help get us to this point.
Council. Anyone with any questions, Dr. Bolson? Mr. Wagner.
Dr. Bolson, good evening. I appreciate the conversation we had probably 10 days back now before the governor came out and made his recommendations. Are you still sticking with the 6-foot physical distance as a requirement?
Well, that's the question, right? So the 6-foot distance is something that's mentioned in the CDC guidance. It's not in the state guidance. Any decision, what we said when we released the plan that we put out last week is that's the plan that allows us to deliver around the 6 feet. So any place where we expect that we would have group sizes where we can't sustain the 6 feet is where I talk about that sort of risk calculation. So what we are looking at, any accelerating we do at this point, we'll be looking at where we have to take a different look at the distancing, and in some cases go have groups that we can't fully do 6 feet. So that's really the biggest question. That's the major calculation that we have to look at, and so that's what we're doing. And so again, if we accelerate, it will be that in some cases we're not going to have students, we're not going to be able to sustain the 6 feet.
And you received a letter from me. You gave me, I got a response back the other day. I know, and I'll speak for myself, I know my fellow colleagues, we're all experiencing a great amount of frustration with the fact that we've got a lot of parents that, for lack of anything better to say, they're totally figuring that this whole year has been lost in terms of an educational value to their children, because you've got so many that haven't done well. You've got some that were great students going into this that have fallen behind. A few may have excelled, and you'll probably hear from them every once in a while, but the vast majority, it's been a real issue that I know you've tried to deal with it, but then they come to our venue to vent to us, and we have very little power over your decisions and the boards. Is there some way that, you can throw, I hate to say that way, but throw the doors open? Those that want their children in school, let's go. Those that don't, you're going the other way and have a hybrid model. 1 day at a time or 2 days a week or something like that. We might as well just wash this one right off the board right now and call it a day and go back in September. I mean, that's kind of the frustration that I'm feeling. And I'm assuming that some of my other colleagues are feeling some of the same because of the pressure that's being put on the council and certainly on you. But we're kind of kicking a ball down the road, and I'm not seeing wait and see kind of thing. It's what we keep reiterating day after day, and it's not going to go away soon. The vaccinations for all your employees that you need vaccinated with a short supply is going to take quite a while. I don't think we're going to get that accelerated quickly. I mean, you've already got, when you build in, you do it today, you're waiting 2-3 weeks to get your second shot. You're already out a month already. So you see what I'm talking about and how I'm feeling. And I know that there's plenty of other parents that feel the same. So is there some other avenue that you can go back to the board and try to examine to accelerate getting those children that want to be back in school and their parents want them back in, that we can move this thing ahead?
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. I absolutely understand what you're saying. I mean, that's what we've been doing. I'm going to come back next week with more details on how we might be able to accelerate this. But we're still, I mean, safety is still going to be at the center of every conversation. So this isn't, a throw the doors open approach.
Right. But I'm not trying to negate the safety factor, but I know that we can also examine it for the next 6 months and still not have the perfect answer.
That's right. And one of the things that we're hoping to achieve this year, and I hope to be able to begin talking about very soon, is what next fall will look like, because that's still a question for everybody. And, we don't know for sure the course this virus is going to take. And we don't know, if there's going to be some crazy curveball thrown at us by a variant. But right now, we have pretty good confidence that we're going to be able to obviously have a much more normal looking year next year, but there will still be some considerations, and we have to, have a little time. So one of our reasons for trying to accelerate is also to give us some time to kind of practice the old norm. And so we do want to get back to that as much as we can.
Well, keep us in the loop.
Absolutely.
Mr. Woods.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Dr. Bolson. Also, thank you for our phone conversation. I guess it was last week or so. That was fine. For your teachers, staff, and employees of the school system itself, do you have any indication, do you have any ideas how many of your people have had COVID-related sicknesses, or if they have any? And also, the same question goes with students. If any current students have, or if there's any totals for that?
We don't have that because we know there's a lot of kind of unreported. We find out more informally sometimes if someone's had it, but if they haven't been in a school, our dashboard, which will come back online when we have people in person, will track the incidence rate in our school that we're experiencing for those people we're tracking. But there's no expectation, and in fact, the privacy rules are that, that wouldn't be shared back with us just because someone happens to be a student of ours or employed in our schools. If there isn't a link back into our school, we'd only get involved if there's some concern that they might have been in the building and possibly infected others.
And then are you going to make vaccinations mandatory for your employees or anything around that? Are you going to be able to track who has been vaccinated, if they have been already, or they're going to be?
So that is another issue. First, to answer your first question, because I think that's an important one for people to hear over and over again, is no, it is not our intent to make the vaccinations mandatory, particularly because right now, as I understand it, these vaccines are still all approved under emergency measures, and it's not so common to mandate something in those circumstances. That's a bigger conversation. I mean, obviously we have immunizations and those other things that are mandated for students. And I mean, I think possibly there's a bigger conversation that might happen either federally or at the state level related to that, but we have no immediate expectation of requiring. That said, I also, with regard to, we have given the health department the lists of the employees for the schools, and they work closely, but then people go on the health department website and actually make their appointments. And so at that point, again, that's not shared back with us, so we don't have a clear count on the percentage, but we do know that we have invited, again, up to this point, we have a number of people who were invited prior to the elementary link, which included our nurses and custodians and food service workers, and many of our bus drivers have already been through. So we have a pretty good percentage that's been through. But last week was the first time for the actual school-based staff. Again, it was all the elementaries first. So those are the groups we've gone through, but the actual counts within that, we don't know.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. J. Giordano.
Good evening, Dr. Bolson.
Good evening.
So you were here a couple weeks ago, and after you left, we had about 40-something people on that were speaking to the school's not opening. Are you going to stay on tonight and listen to the 50-something people we have? Because they all were wondering what happened to you last time.
I'll hear some of them, but I've heard a lot of them before, as you know. I mean, because these are names in many cases that are known to us, and the commentary because we've been having those comments for our board meetings throughout this. There's a lot of people sharing concerns.
Yeah. So, are you concerned? And I know I've heard a lot of, but with our safety as sending these kids back to school more than one day a week in the hybrid class, is there a difference between 1 day and 3 days in safety measures?
The difference with regard to safety measures is, more days means a higher percentage of kids coming in means larger groups. So if they're going 1 day a week, it's 25% of the students coming in. If it's 2 days a week, it's 50% of the students coming in. So that's where it breaks down. And again, that's where the question, again, we've had pounded into our heads for 10 months, the importance of social distancing. And, and so that's, so that's very much a consideration. But another thing that I think is really at play in the thinking is, and this is something where the science is becoming more nuanced. Larger groups seem to be something we can be more comfortable with at the elementary level, but the older children, I mean, once we start getting above 10 or, and depending where the cutoffs are, you see higher transmission and higher positive cases in our older students also. So that is another part of the consideration is differentiating by age group. In other words, we might be more comfortable taking more risk with larger group sizes at the younger ages, but we have to be more cautious with the older students.
So I see Baltimore County's going back to 2 days a week. Dr. Bashai already said that our county's transmission numbers are lower than Baltimore County's. So the question comes in, if we're safer than Baltimore County and they're doing 2 days a week, why shouldn't we at least do 2 days a week?
Well, we're obviously watching the metrics too, and we're also looking at what the others are releasing. So again, I shared there will be more details coming out next week.
Okay. Yeah, I understood. I know Dr. Salmon made some comment about the 6-foot rule about getting kids back in. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Bolson.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Johnson.
Hey, Council President. Dr. Sai, good evening. How are you doing tonight? I got a question. My question is that, do we know or have any of our teachers or staff members been vaccinated yet?
I'm sorry, that was for me, Mr. Johnson. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, first doses, as I said, have been offered to all of our elementary staff, and many of them have been through that clinic last week.
Okay, and the next question I have is that based on your assessment with the going through the state guidance along with the CDC, are there any civil liabilities involved with your decision making as far as whether children teachers, staff members, what have you. Are there any civil liabilities involved with your decision making here?
I would argue there's civil liabilities in every decision. And so, looking to the guidance is one of the best ways to, demonstrate our good faith in our decision making. But yeah, so there's civil liabilities in every decision we make.
So it'd be safe to say that you're making the decision based on what's good for the school system within Harford County, correct?
Of course.
Right. And so we are, and I know this is a rhetorical question, but we are still in a pandemic, correct?
Yes, sir.
And have we tried this hybrid system in the beginning of the school year? What was the model in the beginning of the school?
Yeah, we released a schedule, 1 day with the expectation to go to a second day soon thereafter. And so we were able to operate our hybrid. We got a number of students in from different groups, but grades pre-K through 5, when we closed, they were in their 1 day a week hybrid. So we had some practice with the hybrid, more than some of our neighbors and less than some others.
Right. And so, we've had, because of that the beginning of the school year, we had some outbreaks in school systems, in the school districts, correct?
Of course, and we expect to see that again, but we don't know how much.
Yeah, I would just submit to you and to everyone listening out there that we have the vaccine on hand. Well, everyone's talking about the vaccine. However, Dr. Brashai just said that we don't have the necessary doses for our county, and I would submit that, although we want our kids in school, we want to go back to school, we want these kids in school, we just don't have the doses. And for the safety of our kids and the staff members, I think we're trying to rush things where we should ease into this thing. My grandfather always used to tell me that, just because everyone's talking about this vaccine does not mean that we have the necessary doses on hand. So I think that we need to really take a close look at things, slow down, and let, once again, the subject matter experts do their job and ease us back into this, into our kids going back to school. I'll yield my time back.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Wagner.
The plexiglass shields, they are on order or they haven't been delivered yet, correct?
Both are correct, yes.
Do you anticipate them being installed before you go back to some kind of a better schedule than 1 a week or something like that? I mean, is that what you're anticipating?
The delivery is anticipated before March 1st, so before we bring students back in person. That's one of the things.
And installation will take a week or so, or?
Well, installation is somewhat minimal. They're particularly the student ones are freestanding, and actually they're portable, because we think one of the places they're actually going to be most helpful is in the cafeterias, and some schools are going to do it differently, but they're portable, so we have some flexibility there.
So then I guess also somebody had the idea, did we piggyback, let me go here first, did we piggyback on a contract that we didn't have to go out on our own and get this supplier?
Yes, we worked with a vendor that we had confidence would be able to get these to us on time, that we had that experience with.
Okay. So I guess if we're spending that much money on plexiglass shields, we are anticipating this being pretty much something that we're going to stay with right on through, aren't we? Even after this this siege of the pandemic is behind us.
The plexiglass are just one additional mitigating factor, right? I mean, in fact, we think there are places where they'll provide additional protection. We just had the kind of our next round of federal stimulus funds. We got how much we're getting for that, and so that's something where we felt we had that we could do this. we don't know how long these are going to be necessary. You know, we don't know if there's going to be an expectation that we're still doing whatever we can to get in the way of this virus transmitting going into future years. And so right now, because of the urgency to get people back quicker, you know, this is, again, one more thing that we can help add some amount of safety. And so we thought it was important to, you know, help accelerate things. But again, it's just one of all the different safety mitigating factors that we're trying to apply to this.
Right. And understand too that I think Mr. Johnson said something about it, but you know, the experts, we rely on the experts. The other frustrating part of all the experts, it seems like in a 2-week period, as you know, all of a sudden the experts tell you something different than what they told you before. It's in the same vein, but it changes and it varies. So, you know, everybody, the frustrations just ramp up with everyone regarding a desire to get the children back in school, keep the children safe, keep the teachers safe, keep the staff safe. And you know, it's a struggle to try to do all those things and come out with a product in the end that we're all happy with. And do it quickly too, right?
You're absolutely right. I mean, that's the daily stress, right? Is there's no shortage of information coming our way around this. And with every new study, you know, people want to zig or zag one way or the other. And, you know, that's one of the reasons we've kind of invested so much of our decision making in the guidance, because we've relied on the state health department to be the ones vetting. But, you know, there's times I think when we all wish that, because we've seen the evolution of the guidance since last March. And we know that, you know, as we learn new things, and again, we've taken an approach to stick with the state guidance. But, you know, this last move in the guidance was an evolution. It was an about face. And so it certainly did, it created kind of a different impact for us.
Right. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Schroeds.
Thank you, Council. Yeah, thank you, Council President. I want to thank you for, I guess it was 2 Tuesdays ago, for chatting with me, Mr. Bolson. I did leave that conversation really thinking that we were going to get the 2 days a week. I know that you'll recall I even went and asked my daughter if, you know.
I heard and heeded your advisor. So like I said, watch the news. You know, we're going to be doing what we can here soon, and I have more to share with you.
Right.
But
well,
I certainly heard your advisor. She's been a great resource all year.
My chief advisor, Maddie, she's spoken to you, Jansen Robinson. She also spoke to Dr. Bashai, believe it or not. But, you know, it's because you know, she's my daughter. I know many of her friends, and there's just nothing like, of course, being back in school. I'm worried about the learning loss for not only her, but all of our students in Harford County and really everywhere. Because I'm not sure that they're going to be ready for that next year. And that doesn't even include the folks, I mean, the youngsters that have IEPs and things like that. I don't know what accommodations maybe we're looking at for those students, but, you know, I guess one thing I'm kind of thinking about are parents going to be allowed to hold their son or daughter back so they can actually potentially have a more normal year next year? Or how does that work? Or if that doesn't happen, are there going to be folks assigned in all the schools to help them get over those humps, those learning curves, because they missed so much this year? Are there going to be that extra help in the schools to get them back on track if they stay with that next grade? I mean, I just feel like, especially like a 5th grader or an 8th grader, you know, going into that next school, it's just a huge thing on its own. And then they haven't had a real year of education. I just really, really worry about them. I just can't express it enough. I hope that we can figure out a way. I know that the new guidance or unguidance, whatever you want to call it, about the 6-foot distancing, if we could shrink that down, get these kids back quicker. Just a couple other statements. I heard what you said about sports. A lot of these, high school kids that are in sports, I mean, they live for that, and their spirits are not there. They feel, it seems like they're lost because they don't have the sports to look forward to. They're not seeing their friends. It's huge. And I really do hope that you could figure out how to make that work. Like I keep saying, just across the line in Southeastern School District, they're open. I believe they have a half day on Wednesday to clean the classrooms, but otherwise they're back. I understand that around the holidays, they were fully hybrid for about 2 weeks because they realized that the students were around family members and things like that. So just can't say it enough. I do encourage you to stick around, like Councilman Jan Giordano said, just to hear some of the comments. I realize that you probably have heard many of the comments before, but you might hear something you haven't heard before. So anyway, I appreciate anything that you can do to get our students back in schools, and because I just feel like there's other repercussions that are even worse than what the pandemic is itself. And I know people will disagree with that, but I'm around these young ones all the time. I live next door to my brother. He has 3 kids in the school system. I'm around them and their friends, and I hear the stories. So I just urge you to do your best to think outside the box. I hope you're looking at AV equipment like we have here that's projecting on us. We were teaching if we had a classroom here, we could walk around, teach the students and have the ones at home, learning at the same time. So I think that if there is any more CARES Act money or federal money around, that I think that would be very much more effective than when you have a teacher just in front of the computer, because then they're kind of locked into their seat. They can't move around to those other students. So again, please try to think about that, and I encourage you to just get creative with the funding that you do have. And, I'm going to let it go at that. I know that there's a lot of residents out there that want to talk tonight. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Beulah.
Thank you, Council President. Dr. Paulson, first, let me thank you for the one-on-one last week, I think it was, and I think we talked for probably about an hour and 15 minutes or so. And right after that, the governor came out. But I hear talk of what school's going to look like next fall. I know you have to plan ahead, and I know you can't probably dictate what's going to happen, but is there, and things that I'm concerned about are this year. Under what circumstances, we talk about this acceleration to maybe 2 days a week, 3 days a week. Under what circumstances could we see the children going back to school 5 days a week? And are you looking at possibly what we can do to give them, the seniors, are somewhat of a normal graduation? Are you looking at plans for that? Because I talked to so many that graduated, and this is a one-in-a-lifetime event. And like I said, under what circumstances is there a possibility that we could get back to 5 days a week this year, this school year?
I shared with you the considerations that we're looking at.
For the
audience, we have the transmission. We're constantly looking at how we're going to get there, because we've said it many times. We all want our students back, and so none of that's off the table. But between community transmission, between the disruptions we're experiencing, whether we can get, all those things are going to be at play in these decisions. Because, you know, we can't ignore the fact that the pandemic's still here. And I know everyone would like to. I know there's a lot of interest. There's a ton of fatigue out there, but it's still here. And so, you know, we're going to be talking about those things. What can we do differently with graduation? Is there anything we can do with, you know, those types of, you know, year-end events? You know, we made changes last year. It certainly wasn't what everyone wanted, but, you know, I think we had pretty good experiences there. But, you know, we're looking to see if there's a way we can do more. But again, we still have a pandemic here.
Okay, I just wondering if there's, you know, under what circumstances or any possibilities. And again, I thank you for coming on, and I would echo Councilman Jan Jordan and Councilman Schroed's sentiments. I know you probably heard it 10 times, but never hurts to hear it again. Like Councilman Schroed said, you might hear it a different way or it's something that you haven't heard before. Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Council President. That's all I have.
Thank you, Jen. Mr. Jan Jordan.
Thank you, Council President. Dr. Bolson, one other thing. Are you familiar with bipolar ionizers at all? Have you heard about those?
Not specifically that term,
Okay.
Sorry, no.
They're in about 40 different schools, mostly private schools, DC, Virginia area. I do have a list. And basically, that is something that it's an effective neutralization of the COVID virus. And I implore you guys to research that. I can send information. I did quite extensive on that. I'm be more than happy to share that, but that's something that could be fitted in all the schools. But I just wanted to bring that to your attention. That's what a lot of the private schools are using that have their kids back full time. Most of them are in the DC and Virginia area. I know you're from down that way. I was hoping maybe you heard about that, but I'll send that information over, and maybe somebody on your staff can look into that a little further. So that's all I have. Thank you.
I mean, we do have a study going for the ventilation piece. We have people coming in and giving, you know, because that has been a big question. There's something
Well,
we can buy to install in rooms.
Yeah, they might want to look into this.
And there's a chance they already have, but yeah, I'll let you know where we are with that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jan Giordano. Anyone else? Sean, first let me thank you for allowing your nurses to assist in the health department to deliver the vaccinations. Also, the folks that you sent to us to stand up our call centers. But I got to tell you, I'm disappointed that you didn't share more of your plan this evening. You and I talked in detail earlier today and yesterday, and it's disappointing for me just to know that you have to wait 3 or 4 days to present it to your Board of Ed first and other staff members before you put it out in the public. I tried to hold back. I tried not to say any more, but it's personal. And I just need to let people know that you do have a plan. You are going to announce it soon. And I wished it was tonight. So with that, I want to thank you for coming. And if no one else has anything, look forward to talking to you in the next day or two. Thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 7, approval of minutes. Legislative Day 21-003, January 19, 2021. Are there any corrections to the minutes? There being no corrections to the minutes, they stand approved. Agenda item number 8, introduction and consideration of resolutions. Resolution 002-21, historic landmark, Clark's Chapel Methodist Episcopal Church. May I have a motion?
Mr. President.
Mr. Woods.
Move to approve resolution 002-21.
May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Schroed. It's moved and seconded to approve resolution 002-21. Is there any discussion? Ms. Dixon.
Mr. President,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Woods,
Aye.
Mr. Giordano,
Aye.
Mr. Schroeds,
Aye.
Mr. Wagner,
Aye.
Mr. Beulah.
Aye.
There being 7 votes in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, Resolution 002-21 is approved. Agenda item number 9, business from the president. As you may be aware, there has been a vacancy on the Harford County Public School Board. The council is charged with replacing that individual or that position. We have formed an ad hoc committee. The committee consists of Councilman Schroeds, the district representative, Councilman Beulah as the school liaison, myself, Mr. Kearney, our council attorney, Mr. Spicer from the Board of Ed, and Mr. Robinson from the Board of Ed, the board president. This is the second time this has been done in Harford County. We have advertised the position. We're looking for letters of intent. They must be received in the office of the council administrator, Ms. Dixon, no later than 5 p.m., February the 26th, 2021. The submission of a letter of intent after this date will not be considered. And the submission of a letter of intent does not guarantee that a candidate will be considered or nominated. And as we move along, I'll provide updates through the process. Also, council is charged with forming a redistricting commission. We have received the names from both Democratic and Republican Central Committees, 5 names each. We will also have a name or 2 from an independent that will represent the council. So we're looking for a total of 12 names to be considered. It will be on the February 9th agenda. They will be pared down to 5 individuals, those 12 names. And look forward to doing that soon. Also, on a personal level, I want to express my deepest condolences to the Absher family. On January 25th, my friend Kenny Absher passed away at the age of 85. Kenny was a lifelong resident of Harford County and grew up on a farm in the Aldino area, and he was one of 11 children. He was a proud veteran. Kenny joined the United States Army at the age of 22, served in Germany, attached to Company A, 1st Tank Battalion, 3rd Infantry Division. He later married and settled in the Cresswell area, raised his family, and worked for many years at the Prince Supreme Dairies in Aberdeen as a milkman. And that's how I first met him at the Bel Air Bakery. And I've had the pleasure to meet and know Kenny and his family over the years. Jeannie and I would ask you to keep Jeff and Debbie, the Absher, Burke, and Knight families and friends in your thoughts and prayers. And with that, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Council President. First, also, I would like to send my deepest condolences to Councilman Schroeds and his family for his loss of his grandmother. I know she'll truly be missed. Now that we know that the vaccine is here, and that this pandemic has not only hit our nation, our state, and our local communities, as well as our families, I was asked to be a champion for the vaccine. I haven't been given a date or time to get the vaccine, but after some deep thought and consideration, I will help. I will definitely help in that effort, especially in the areas of the communities of color. Just to put out there that the vaccine is safe and effective. Like I said, I haven't been given a date or time. I believe in leading from the front, and I don't believe in jumping in front of the line or anything like that. So I'm just going to make sure that I wait my turn, and when my number's called, then I'll be there. But I believe that I can champion by my voice. I just want to make sure that everyone out there is going to get vaccinated so we can crush this virus. I truly believe that in order for us as leaders in the community, as elected officials, that we need to go ahead and get in front of this so that people will know that, you know, not only is the vaccine safe and effective, but that we all need to be vaccinated to make sure that it doesn't mutate, and that we can go ahead and get in front of this this deadly virus. So with that being said, Council President, I'll yield my time back.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson, for those kind words. Mr. Woods.
Thank you, Mr. President. Council, I just want to try to do it every so often. I just want to thank our council staff for all the hard work they do. Our council attorney, he's here often and helps us with a lot of things that guides us in ways that, you know, it takes a lot to look up this stuff, and it's great to have him there. And also reach out and thank our council administrator, Lila Dixon. We've had Councilman Schertz and I've been through at least 3. I'm sure Councilman Wagner has too, and you know, I think she does a tremendous job. And it's with all of our staff, including Jessica and everyone that helps us out. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. Mr. Jan Giordano.
Thank you, Council President. I really want to thank our DPW workers that cleaned our streets. I don't think people realize how lucky we are in Harford County. If you go to Pennsylvania, across the line, you definitely notice a difference. Also want to thank our 911 operators who show up rain, snow, or shine. They're there for emergencies, and I don't think we really appreciate them. I also want to thank the Council President, all his advice over the last 2 years and helping me with, you know, going through back surgery and pain. So, and Chad and everybody else, Rob Wagner and Joe, all your input really helps out a lot. I was certainly hoping that Dr. Bolson was going to stay online and listen to some of the comments from the people that are coming on. And apparently he said he was going to, but he's gone. So I'm very disappointed in that. I'll definitely look forward to listening to all the constituents out there and their concerns. And we definitely are interested in making sure that kids are safe and healthy, and that we can somehow return to some kind of in-person learning. So I want to thank everybody and have a safe evening. Good night. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Mr. Jan Giordano. Mr. Schroeds.
Thank you, Council President. First, I just want to thank everyone who has reached out to me, expressing their condolences to myself and my family in the loss of my grandmother, Jody Glacken. She was an incredible lady. She, you know, she was able to pass away in the home that her and my grandfather built in Delta, Pennsylvania. That is now owned by my uncle and his wife. She did have a short stint, or maybe it was a little longer than I think, at Country Meadows up in Leaders Heights in York. But she was able to come back and spend her last years really close to all of us in the home that, you know, she lived in with, you know, her sons and daughters and the entire family. So tomorrow is her funeral, and I can't say enough how incredible she looked this evening at the viewing. So thank you all. It means a lot. I also want to express my condolences to the family of Jeffrey Ayers. He had a quick battle with pancreatic cancer, which he lost. And he was a teacher in Harford County Public Schools. He was also joined the facilities and operations staff and was there for a number of years. His wife, Miss Kathy, taught my daughter pre-K at North Hartford Elementary. So they were just really, he was really well thought of as a teacher. And he was also a soundboard to me with a lot of issues in Northern Hartford County and the operations of Hartford County Public Schools and, you know, all kinds of things really. So we're going to miss him. I also want to thank, like Councilman Giorgiano said, all of the county, state, local, and the contractors that kept us all plowed out. We got a lot of snow, I know, up north in Narsville. And, you know, we really got hit twice. And I know now it's kind of blowing around. So I encourage you all to stay safe on your way home, because I know coming down 543 from my grandmother's services, there were drifts everywhere and you're not expecting them. The road looks clear and then all of a sudden there was a drift. I'm sure Councilman Jan Giordano is going to be busy with some possible insurance claims, but hopefully not. I also want to take this time to encourage people not to plow snow into the road. That is not helping anything. And I'm sure a lot of these folks that do this, they're the same ones that blow their grass out into the middle of the road too. And that, as we know, causes lots of accidents, as Joe could probably tell us, with motorcycles in this summer. So, you know, let's just stop doing that. So us guys up here don't have to create a law, because we'll do that if we have to, because we can. So please don't do that. You know, let's keep everybody safe out there. I also want to thank all the first responders that were, you know, taking lots and lots of calls, you know, during the storm. And I know there was a bad accident on 161 in Darlington involving an 18-wheeler. So that's all I have. I hope that maybe perhaps after Councilman Beulah speaks, that maybe Dr. Bolson will jump back online. He still has the link. So hopefully he will listen in, or I guess he can listen in at home on his computer as well. So I guess there is that chance that he just might not be up here. But that's all I have tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strohs. Mr. Wagner.
Well, I know we all do wish Jim Richardson a happy retirement after all the years he spent with Hartford County and the different hats that he did wear, and he's left human resources in good hands with those he's leaving behind there in the office. We also had another retirement that was in Parks and Recreation. Ann Woodard had spent over 31 years with Hartford County government, and she retired as of last week. So we wish her the very best for her future, whatever that may be, as she goes into those golden years of retirement, and wish her good health. With that, I have nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Mr. Beulah.
Thank you, Council President. Several things. First of all, Gene and I would like to send our dearest condolences to the Hope family on the passing of Mr. Ted Hope. He passed away on January 20th this year at the age of 101. I was honored to present Mr. Hope a proclamation as a Hartford County Century Club honoree in 2019 when he turned 100. The conversations I had with Mr. Hope, very gentleman, very nice spirit, loved the Lord. He attended St. James AME Church on Green Street in Havre de Grace. Just a couple of interesting points. He was still driving, and he loved to go to McDonald's. As he put it, he loved their hotcakes or pancakes. And after talking with him, I actually tried some of them, and they're very good. I know he'll be missed. He was loved by a lot of people and was well known in Havre de Grace. So Gene and I would like to send our deepest condolences. And just in honor of Black History Month, just some Black history. Hiram Revels, the first Black congressman. Hiram R. Revels was a Mississippi Republican. In 1870, he was the first Black member of Congress. Revels took his oath of office only 5 years after the Civil War. Over the next decade, 15 more Black men took their seat in the House and Senate, including men like South Carolina Congressman Robert Smalls, who was previously enslaved. In the late 1870s, organizations began to terrorize Black men so that they would not vote and run for office. In the 1890s and early 1900s, laws were put in place with the aim of excluding all Black voters. In 1901, George White was the last Black congressman from the original 11 Confederate states to hold office until 1973. That's all I have. Thank you, Councilman President.
Thank you, Mr. Biola. Agenda item number 11, comments and input from attending citizens. And before I go any further, I want to take a minute to address an issue that arose from a public comment made at the last council meeting. At no time is it appropriate to comment on personal issues that provide identifying information that could potentially put someone at risk. If a public speaker's comment becomes personal in this nature, the call or the comments will be interrupted. Call is going to be terminated, I can tell you that. So, Ms. Dixon, do we have anyone signed up to speak?
Yes, Mr. President, we have 32 individuals signed up this evening.
Okay, and again, with 32 people to speak, I want to remind you that you have 3 minutes to speak. We are going to be prompt this evening as close as possible. And with that, I'd like to go ahead and call our first caller, Ms. Allison Hill.
Hello.
Good evening, ma'am. It's Council President Vincenti. May I have your name and address for the record, please?
Hi, it's Allison Hill, 1411 Emily Court West, Abingdon, Maryland.
Thank you, ma'am. Continue.
Good evening, council members. My name, as I said, is Allison Hill, and I am the parent of a level 10 ACPR gymnast. While that may not seem significant, it is the highest level in this sport before the Olympic level. I ask that you reconsider your decision to reopen ACPR, as your decisions have told our girls in this county their sport is simply not important. I ask that you please take the time to learn about our sport and put as much effort into opening it as you have all the predominantly male spring sports. Now, I know that I have 3 minutes to speak, so as a result, I would like to turn this over to my daughter, Anna Hill, a level 10 gymnast at ACPR.
Ma'am, you can't turn it over to her. We're going to have to call you right back. So if you sit
Okay.
tight, we'll call you back.
Thank you.
Oh, she's not? No.
Hello.
Allison, your daughter's not registered to speak, so she cannot speak.
Then I will read her statement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anna Hill, a level 10 at ACPR Gymnastics. I have been doing gymnastics since I was only 6 years old and am now 18. I am very proud to say that I spent every bit of these 12 years gymnastics at ACPR and wouldn't trade it for the world. As a senior this year, you can only imagine all of the things I'm missing out on. But being out of the gym, the place I love most, cannot be one of them. ACPR is not only my second home, but a place filled with people I call my second family. 20 plus hours a week in my home gym, down to only 7 hours a week somewhere else. I am now sacrificing more time driving 45 minutes one way, only to get less training on subpar equipment. Not only is this disappointing, but it is a huge disadvantage to me, with the dream of competing for Division I college gymnastics. I am not able to properly train for the event college coaches are looking for. This has to change. I miss my friends, I miss my coaches, and I miss my gym. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Stephen Hill.
Hello?
Good evening, sir. It's Council President Vincenti. May I have your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, good evening, President Vincenti. Stephen Hill, 1411 Emily Court West, Abingdon, Maryland.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, President Vincenti and council members. Thanks again for the opportunity to address you all this evening. I'm here once again to ask for your help in reopening ACPR Gymnastics in Churchville, Maryland. Many of you have made yourselves available to speak and even meet with various representatives from ACPR parent organization. We appreciate your time and support. Councilman Beulah, personally, I really appreciate the time you took to speak with me this past week. Unfortunately, we need more of your support. For no good reason, Mr. Glassman and Ms. Burley remain adamant, heels dug in, that ACPR will follow the reopening plans laid out by the county executive last week. We've presented a number of different ways that gymnastics is different than many of these other sports, especially relative to how it can operate in a very safe, compliant way, according to CDC and Department of Health best practices and standards. I don't feel like there's been an open or receptive ear, and that's where we need your help. This remains the only USA gymnastics program in the state not open for training. We confirmed this through Beth Renwick, the chairperson for USAG in Maryland. And irreparable damage is being done to a 40-plus year program with 40 years of women that are proud alumni of ACPR. Many of these girls on the team today will struggle to return to a sport that's so physically demanding that a few weeks out of the gym is a challenge, let alone months. And Mr. Glassman has had these girls locked out of their gym and unable to train properly for 6 of the past 10 months. Others have or will end up leaving the sport altogether or moving to another gym, and not because they want to, but because they've been forced to at the gym they love is closed to them. The impact on these girls and their ability to pursue their passion is immeasurable. I ask that we take the time to understand how this sport can and should be accommodated. I ask that you not support a one-size-fits-all solution. And I ask that you bring Harford County into alignment with Governor Hogan and the rest of the state relative to plans to reopen these critical programs for our children. Even the criteria Mr. Glassman has referenced has changed. A few short weeks ago, the narrative was about waiting until our positivity rate would drop below a certain threshold. Now the story's a bit different. Right now there's a need to wait for all county employees to be vaccinated. Hope you can understand how we feel like we're shooting at a moving target here. The science isn't and shouldn't be any different here in Harford County. And I'm certain Dr. Bashai can attest to that. Let this one sink in for a moment. If it were truly a public health issue, why would Mr. Glassman allow all these other gyms and businesses to remain open while county buildings and facilities remain shuttered? I'll leave you with this. If our voices continue to go unheard, the only place we know we can voice our displeasure with Mr. Glassman's inaction and voice it with confidence is at the polls. And 2022 isn't that far away. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Singleton?
Hello.
Good evening, ma'am. It's Council President Vincenti. May I have your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, Susie Singleton, Harford County, Maryland.
Thank you, ma'am. Continue.
Yes, this Saturday I spent 4 hours, a half tank of gas, and lots of toll money driving my daughter to and from gymnastics practice in Howard County. And we're doing this every weekend when we have a safe facility right here in Harford County. Tonight I'm requesting the immediate reopening of ACPR gymnastics at the Churchville Rec Center. On January 26th, the phased reopening plan for Harford County Parks and Rec was published. The ACPR parents are not satisfied with this plan. According to the plan, ACPR would reopen as early as March 1st.
along with all other indoor activities. But it is contingent upon all Harford County government employees having the opportunity to be vaccinated. As we all know, there are delays with the vaccine distribution. As a reminder, ACPR was closed due to COVID from March through June and reopened from July through November. Prior to being closed in November, ACPR had no cases of COVID and followed all safety protocols for the gymnasts and parents. In November, Mr. Glassman took action due to the surge in COVID cases. As a result, indoor parks and rec facilities and programming were suspended until metrics improved. Mr. Glassman even told the rec councils that when metrics improved, programs could reopen within about 4 to 5 days. The current reopening plan allows for organized outdoor activities to resume 1 Feb, many of which include close contact between athletes, but indoor activities now need to wait for county employees to be vaccinated. I'd like to highlight points from Governor Hogan's speech on reopening schools, which also relate to reopening ACPR. There is no public health reason to keep students out of school, none. The science is clear. Children do not increase community spread or contribute to increased hospitalization. There's little evidence schools are contributing to community spread, especially when mitigation strategies are in place. Kids less than 10 are less likely to spread the virus. School reopening should not be based on vaccination availability or level of vaccinations among staff. There is no public health reason to keep the Churchville Rec Center closed, none. If school openings are not contingent upon teachers receiving vaccines, then indoor sports should not be contingent upon county employees receiving vaccines. I heard Dr. Bashai mention that Churchville is one of the high-risk zip codes in our county. Looking at the data online, it looks like there were only 2 cases in Churchville in the last 7 days. I just want to point that out. ACPR is the only gymnastics program in the state that is closed. Baltimore County opened all indoor and outdoor activities starting 1 February. Cecil County, indoor and outdoor activities have been open since before the holidays. Gymnastics is a female-dominated indoor sport, with 100% of the team athletes being female. Outdoor sports are opening, and they are mostly outdoor. They are mostly male-dominated sports. Let the girls play their sport. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Hooker?
Hello?
Good evening, ma'am. It's Council President Vincenti. May I have your name and address for the record, please?
Hi, Catherine Hooker, 119 Lapidum Road, Havre Grace.
Thank you, ma'am. Continue.
After reviewing Barry Glassman's reopening plan, I cannot help but go back to my discussion from 2 weeks ago regarding the CDC's guidance considerations for youth sports. If you compare this guidance to how ACPR operates, there are only 2 of the 11 criteria that negatively affect ACPR: the community level of COVID and the setting of the sporting event. The county's infection rate does not accurately represent the population of people who enter the ACPR building. The population of ACPR is almost all children minus the 20 to 25 team coaches and the 5 Parks and Rec staff. If you review Harford County's Health Department's COVID-19 tracker, as of February 1st, there are 11,450 cases of COVID in Harford County. Of that population, 3% of the infected patients are between the ages of 0 and 9, and 9% of the infected patients are between the ages of 10 and 19. If you do the math, that's roughly 1,375 children from the ages of 0 to 19 that have COVID in Harford County. So that 1,375 children include children that are both too old and too young to participate in ACPR, but I'll give you those extra numbers. From the U.S. Census Bureau, there are roughly 56,000 children under the age of 18 in Harford County in 2019. If you do the math again, the 1,375 infected children make up less than 2.5% of the children in our county. That's less than the 5% infection rate that the state previously used to judge if we are quote unquote good on our COVID numbers. For the other guidance criteria, yes, gymnastics is an indoor sport and can only be played indoors. The reopening plan is biased against sports that do not have the option or ability to be held outdoors and does not consider any other metric that makes the building safe. The large indoor space at ACPR allows for greater social distancing between players on and off the field more than any other outdoor sport I can think of. The NCAA also lists gymnastics as a low-risk sport in their guidance document to develop standards for practice and competition. stating gymnastics can consistently maintain distance among competitors and teammates. The plan for reopening indoor sports has a metric of when all the county staff have the opportunity to become vaccinated. It does not make sense for ACPR to have to wait for the entire county staff to be vaccinated when there are only a total of 5 county staff members who work at ACPR, 3 janitors, a rec specialist, and a secretary. The only county employees who really have to be in the building are the 3 janitors, who are never there together at the same time. The other 2 county staff members can continue to work from home, vaccinated or not, and continue to manage the buildings that are not open. We've heard tonight that we cannot get the vaccine in-house, that only 1,600 vaccines were obtained by the county on Monday. How are county employees supposed to get the vaccine if there is no vaccine available, especially for healthy county employees? If it's not mandatory for teachers to receive the vaccine, why is it mandatory? Is it mandatory for county staff? Who is monitoring this metric? The burden of reopening is passed on to the county employees to get the vaccine that is not obtainable in our county. Instead of Barry Glassman putting the effort to create an actual reopening plan. I hope the county executive takes a better look at this reopening plan and is, number 1, able to back up his plan with data, and number 2, better define the criteria to fully reopen. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. April Parsons.
Hi, you've reached April Parsons. I'm unavailable to take your.
Lacey Zinkowitz.
Hello.
Good evening, ma'am. It's Council President Vincenti. May I have your name and address for the record, please?
I'm sorry, who's calling?
Council President Vincenti. Did you sign up for public comments, ma'am? Yeah. Move on. Mhm.
Hello?
Good evening, ma'am. It's Council President Vincenti. May I have your name and address for the record, please?
Sorry about that. It's Cheryl Adams.
Thank you, Shara. And your address, please?
2025 Colgate Circle.
All right, you can continue.
Are you still there?
Yes, ma'am. Waiting on you.
Oh. 2025 Colgate Circle, Forest Hill, Maryland, 21050.
Go ahead and continue, ma'am.
My 2 comments. First is about the Abingdon Woods. I just want to be another voice that says that I hope that the council will not move forward with doing any kind of eminent domain decisions to allow development on that land. And then my second comment was I just wanted to say how grateful I am for Andre Johnson to speak up regarding Congressman Andy Harris and his abhorrent behavior, and that I agree. And I think that I'm not alone in either of those 2 areas, but I wanted to make sure I spoke up.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Paul Papp.
Hello.
Good evening, sir. It's Council President Vincenti. May I have your name and address for the record, please?
It is Paul Papp, and I'm at 3983 Emmerich Lane in Jarrettsville, Maryland.
Thank you, sir. Continue.
Okay, I'm calling about ACPR gymnastics and the desire from parents and grandparents to reopen the gym. I want to thank the predecessor callers. They've done more research than I have. I want to address this from a slightly different position. My family's been involved in ACPR gymnastics since 1989, when my youngest daughter was 2 years old. We have continuously been involved, and now that youngest daughter is coach, Miss Beth, and my two granddaughters are involved as participants in the program. One of the good reasons, one of the main reasons that we began to participate in that is so our children didn't have the same body profile that their parents did. But what we learned during the time that they were in is that a program like ACPR and gymnastics in general helps provide the girls with opportunities to learn and grow in ways that other athletes don't have. At ACPR, they learn to focus their attention not just on the works that they had to do to be competitive within the sport, but that focus of attention carried over into their school works. Both of my daughters that participated there graduated a year earlier than their classmates did. They both got into colleges, one related to her gymnastics. Unfortunately, she turned down a scholarship. And they both have become young, responsible adults in the Harford County community. And I think we're taking that opportunity away from a lot of the girls. When you have parents that have to drive 45 minutes in one direction to get to another gym, then they don't have the time to focus on their homework, to focus on their community, to spend time with their friends, to grow as they need to grow as children and adults. So I urge you to open this one last, only gymnastics program in the state of Maryland that is not open currently. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Kelly Ackley.
Hello?
Good evening, ma'am. It's Council President Vincenti. May I have your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Kelly Ackley, and my address is 431 Roseway, Bel Air, Maryland.
Thank you, ma'am. Continue.
Hi, and thank you so much for giving me the time to speak this evening. I am calling tonight because my daughter Leah is a level 4 gymnast at ACPR gymnastics. Over the past 3 years, she has practiced on average 10 to 15 hours per week. When ACPR shut down in March, that 10 to 15 hours was reduced to 2 to 3 hours on Zoom a week. When ACPR was able to open again in July, she still was not practicing as often as is ideal for maintaining and gaining skills. This was because of the gym's reopening plan, which included social distancing, increased cleaning and sanitizing, small groups, and no mixing of cohorts. Under this plan, COVID did not spread throughout the gym at all. The girls and coaches were safe. In fact, a recent study just came out showing that the chalk used on our gymnasts' hands and feet as part of their everyday practice actually reduces the number of infectious COVID-19 particles. Gymnastics is considered a low-risk sport due to the lack of contact between the players. When the gym closed for a second time in November, options in addition to Zoom needed to be considered. Myself, other parents, and our coaches drive over an hour each way to rent out space for our girls to practice. The confusing part about this situation is that our neighbors have completely resumed their full gymnastics practice hours at another Harford County gym. Actually, every other gymnastics team in Maryland, against whom our girls are competing, has resumed their practices. Indoor soccer, indoor lacrosse, ice hockey, swimming are all in session in Harford County. Gymnastics is not like every other sport. The girls can't go find an outdoor spot and resume their training. They are being denied access to over $200,000 worth of equipment on the other side of those locked doors. The result of this decision is increased potential exposure to COVID due to the need to practice elsewhere. If the gymnasts do not want to risk injury due to the loss of strength and skills, They must cross county lines and enter facilities with more people outside of their bubble. ACPR has demonstrated a commitment to keeping its gymnasts and coaches safe and has also shown a willingness to be flexible. They are not asking for permission to open up all components of their program, only one, about 20%. They are willing to adjust practice hours so that the limited number of county employees who open and close the doors of the building do not have to come into contact with anyone at all. Whatever will be most convenient for the county, they're willing to do. Waiting for all Harford County government employees to be vaccinated when there are only a handful who typically work in the Churchville Rec building simply does not make sense. I respectfully ask that you consider allowing ACPR to reopen as soon as possible with all safety precautions in place. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello.
Good evening, ma'am. It's Council President Vincenti. May I have your name and address for the record, please?
Lacey Zankwich, 2046 Knotty Pine Drive, Abingdon, Maryland.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. Tonight, I will be speaking on behalf of reopening ACPR Gymnastics in Churchville, Maryland. I will focus on explaining the uniqueness of the sport, as over the past few weeks, I've spoken to several councilmen and others involved with Parks and Rec, and I think the sport is very misunderstood. Gymnastics is a purely indoor sport, as it cannot be done safely or properly outside of a gym. We require special equipment, all of which is owned by ACPR and has been locked up, collecting dust for almost 3 months. Proper training cannot be done without this equipment. Unlike other sports, this equipment cannot be easily moved and used at another location. My son plays baseball for Churchville Travel, and they have been able to grab their bats and gloves and travel 10 minutes down the road to continue their practice, while I am driving my competitive gymnasts an hour each way to Howard County for minimal practice time. These athletes normally practice 8 to 20 plus hours per week. Their weekly schedule is set in order to rest their muscles, yet to keep them from losing strength. 1 week out of the gym causes a significant decrease in strength and can put them at a higher risk for injury. Gymnastics is a year-long sport. They don't have downtime or months in between their season. Right now, we are in the thick of our competitive season without a gym to train in. With every other gymnastics facility in the state of Maryland open, that leaves these gymnasts at a huge disadvantage with competing. We had a small virtual meet on January 24th. My daughter Josie, who is normally a very high-scoring gymnast, struggled immensely, achieving very mediocre scores. I know this is a direct result of the gym being closed, having minimal time in the gym without all of her normal coaches. Last year, she was recognized as the 5th highest scoring gymnast in all of the United States of America on the balance beam in level 4 with a 9.9. Unfortunately, this year she is not competitive with a lack of practice. This is destroying the competitive team. Girls are becoming discouraged and quitting or leaving our gym to join other gyms. Many gymnasts at ACPR hold multiple state titles. Kathy Burley, Mr. Glassman, and others in the county should be proud that these great athletes came from Harford County Parks and Rec. I think other rec councils would acknowledge the differences in the sport and would be supportive to us opening early, not to mention that Baltimore and Cecil counties have opened both their outdoor and indoor sports. There is absolutely no reason we should remain closed. As of today, Johns Hopkins University posted a positivity rate for Maryland of 4.5%. We are most certainly on a downward trend. The science proves it is safe to open. Our reopening should not be based upon a vaccine. And lastly, I will bring up that ACPR competitive gymnastics team is only comprised of girls. So it feels as if these athletes are being discriminated against when baseball, soccer, and lacrosse, which are primarily boys' sports, are getting open fields to have their full seasons. I am in full support of opening ACPR and Harford County Public Schools. These children need their lives back, and I will remember everyone in office in 2022, and you can believe my vote will be impacted by the decisions you make. I also look forward to seeing all of you at the next ACPR gymnastics meet once we reopen so that you can see what these girls are made of. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Karen Schandelmeyer, I believe.
Hello.
Good evening, ma'am. It's Council President Vincenti. May I have your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Karen Schandelmeyer, and I live at 1302 Cheshire Lane in Bel Air, Maryland, 21014.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, County Council members. I'm calling tonight to thank you for inviting Dr. Wilson to answer questions regarding getting our children back in the classroom. Please continue to do so until Dr. Bolson reinstates 5 days a week in-class education. Last fall, our governor called out Harford County Schools as being one of the 8 out of 24 counties that did not submit a plan for getting children back into school. On January 21st, Governor Hogan announced that our children simply cannot afford any more endless roadblocks or any more moving of the goalposts. The time has come to get all of our kids back in the classroom and to open schools. He gave Maryland Public Schools a date of no later than March 1st. Hogan added, I do encourage all education staff to get vaccinated when it becomes available to them. However, and I would emphasize that schools reopening decisions should not be based on the availability of vaccinations or the level of vaccinations among staff. On January 25th at 6:00 p.m., Dr. Bolson sent an email right before the Board of Education meeting announcing that Harford County elementary schools would return 1 day a week on March 1st and secondary schools on March 15th. He made no mention of offering any more than 1 day a week. He did not provide thresholds to increase days in the classroom. It is evident that he is not a planner. Well, parents do need to plan in advance. Some need to give advance notice to daycare providers, employers, family members that have been helping out, etc. Some of us want to plan if we need to start applying to private school for next year. You can't really call a private school a few weeks prior to a school year starts to get your children enrolled, especially since many are crowded due to the Maryland public school shortcomings. Dr. Bolson continuously provides Harford County students with the bare minimum. He also carefully chooses when to send out correspondence to parents, late on a Friday when school administrators aren't available or after the deadline for public input for Board of Education meetings. His actions are cowardly and show a clear lack of leadership. On Friday, January 29th, Maryland's superintendent of schools said during a meeting that she received hundreds of emails of parents of Harford County school children and intend to work on the school system to get kids back in the class more than 1 day a week. She said that the 6 foot of social distancing was not a requirement to bring them back to school, and to emphasize that the latest guidance from the state are to the extent possible. She said it is common sense really to extent possible that we distance by 6 feet. The parents of Harford County public school children have been in a horrific gridlock with the school system for 10 months now. We are desperate, so desperate that we feel our only options are to pay for private school or to move out of state. I was also considering using my parents' residence in New Jersey. Okay, I'll shorten it. Parents are able to comment during Board of Education meetings, but we do not get answers to our questions like you are able to do during your council meetings. Please continue to ask the questions of our superintendent on behalf of Harford County parents until the needs of our children are met. We really appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Josh Kozel.
Hello?
Good evening, sir. Council President Vincenti, may I have your name and address for the record?
Yes, sir. This is Josh Kozel, 1106 Emerald Drive.
Thank you, Josh.
Thank you, President Vincenti, and really don't know where to start. Had a testimony written for Dr. Bolson, but since he's not here, I'm going to kind of modify this and shorten it up a little bit. I will definitely forward the question section onto you folks, as well as Dr. Bolson, and as well as call him tomorrow and try to get some answers. But what I will read to you tonight is basically to Dr. Bolson. So much can be said, and not sure where to start. But as a lifetime Harford County resident, you, sir, Dr. Bolson, have not integrated with our community, and you have isolated yourself away from this great place. It disgusts me that as a leader of HCPS, you refuse to engage with our community. When you dipped out of the last county council meeting, it showed just how disengaged you are, and then you do it again tonight. After speaking with Teresa Schmidt, I was hopeful to actually have a discussion with you, but I find myself writing this and still waiting for your follow-up. I guess I'm one of the known names, as you mentioned. You have showed time and time again that you are not committed to the children of our community. And your irresponsible spending and lack of commitment to a proper education will destroy this county for generations. Dr. Bolson, in closing and to say the least, you must do better. You have to put our children first for a change. You have to be part of our community. You have to be more responsible. If you cannot do this, then why are you here and why are you the superintendent? You are the leader of the destruction of our children caused by HCPS. Do what is right or please move on. And in all honesty, I have been too polite in my testimony thus far. It is time for you to resign. Stay at your house in DC or Montgomery County, give your child a private education, and leave the fine residents of Harford County alone. You have done enough destruction. You have already given up, we have already given you upwards of $500,000, if not more, for nothing. It is time for you to return, or it's time for us to get a return on our investment. Thank you for your time for this evening, and I wish Dr. Bolson would definitely reply to all of us and get on these calls and have comment back to each one of the parents that are begging for him to communicate with our community. Have a good evening.
Thank you, sir. Jill Ferreira. Good evening, ma'am. It's Council President Vincenti. May I have your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, Jill Ferrara, 2000 Garden Drive.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. During the last council meeting with Dr. Bolton, he stated that Harford County Schools had a very robust, detailed plan, and the only item not included in that plan were the days to which students would return. If this was true, then there shouldn't be any excuse for getting students back in the classroom before March 1st. And if this plan was so detailed and robust, why wasn't the purchase of plexiglass barriers discussed in detail prior to January 27th? This is close to $1 million cost, where there is very little science that supports the use of these shields, not to mention what the disinfecting expense will be. I find it absurd that they are so worried about the spread of COVID in school, but barely speak about the disinfection process except to mention that wipes will be available. Yet all members unanimously voted in favor of this purchase, which I feel is a waste of much needed funding and just a way to appease the teachers union. Even with these shields, Dr. Bolton would not commit to students returning to in-school instruction more than 1 day a week, which is the bare minimum requirement. Is that really what Harford County citizens deserve? Bare minimum. Secondary schools return isn't planned until March 15th. So that means they will have officially missed 1 full year of in-person instruction. But why would Dr. Bolton care, considering it's been confirmed by multiple people that he is not a true resident of this county and is only using that term as a way of manipulation to honor his contract? Not to mention the fact that his child attends a private school outside the state where students are given the option of full in-person learning, hybrid, or virtual. As the saying goes, rules for thee, but not for me. Personally, I think Dr. Bolton and the board didn't feel like putting the time and effort into detailing an actual plan to get our kids back into the classroom and just wanted to wait it out until schools resumed normal operation, taking the easy way out. At this point, I feel it necessary to call for Dr. Bolton's resignation or termination, especially since he showed complete and utter disrespect to parents by stating he didn't need to hear our testimony and left immediately after his time was complete. Also, I feel it necessary to ask you to decline the additional $18 million in funding the board is requesting until our children are back into the classroom full-time, 5 days a week with all extracurricular activities. Moving on, it has been stated that elementary students whose parents work directly for Harford County Public Schools will be permitted to attend full-time. This is blatant discrimination and should not be allowed. This will take up much needed space in the classroom and limit students who desperately need in-school instruction, since many students were already denied this opportunity. Every student should have equal opportunity for a quality education, and no one should be given any type of preferential treatment. I will conclude with this, with a message to Mr. Milano. We hear you and we are taking notice. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night, ma'am. David Ferreira.
Hello,
Good evening, sir. It's Council President Vincenti. May I have your name and address for the record, please?
David Ferrara, 2000 Garden. Good evening, Council President and Council members. My speech was written prior to tonight's meeting, so I have edited it. But between all the information that exists both publicly and as stated by you, Mr. Vincenti, and not publicly accessible, I would have to believe yourselves as well as Mr. Bolson and Dr. Bashai would have seen the data long ago that children were not in danger nor proven to be the active spreader of the China virus. Not to mention all of the hard work from the citizens of Harford County, namely my wife, providing you the data that has been available to us and clearly showing the adverse effects of these tyrannical and frankly ignorant mandates, rules, restrictions, guidelines, or whatever the puppet master has deemed the appropriate terminology this week. Tonight, almost 1 year into it, you all have shown the citizens of Harford County that you finally have a backbone to at least pursue the information provided to you by your constituents. For a year now, you have been comfortable waiting for your strings to be pulled. You claim you don't have the power. Well, surely you know who does and haven't been, or how to apply the pressure, but haven't been doing it or not enough. Only as of the recent month or two have you begun to ask some intelligent questions concerning the lockdowns and school reopenings. John Malamo has called you out for making a deal for an airport that violates the rules, guidelines, and probably zoning laws. One can only imagine the monetary rewards. As a very wise man has said, follow the money. John Malamo, I applaud you for doing what you can to expose this matter. You are one of my heroes. Moving on to Mr. Bolson, if you can legally use the term resident by merely renting an apartment with another person in order to obtain employment by our county government or school board, then that law needs to be changed immediately. And as Chad said, you guys can. Based on the information, the citizens, again, mind you, Mr. Bolson has no stake in Harford County except a paycheck. He runs our schools, but our schools are apparently not good enough for his daughter. He should resign or be fired to put someone who does want their children in the schools that they run. By the way, you really couldn't give them a snow day? I find that absurd as well. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night. Rachel Kozel?
Hello?
Good evening, ma'am. It's Council President Vincenti. May I have your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, sir. My name is Rachel Kozel at 1106 Emerald Drive, Bel Air, Maryland, 21014.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Vincenti and members of the council, for having Dr. Bolson at another county council meeting and allowing my comments this evening. I have lived in Harford County my entire life. I have always hoped my children would receive the same Harford County Public Schools education that I did. I am outraged that it took an action by the governor to motivate HCPS to come up with an in-person hybrid reopening plan. How has this not been the most critical item on the BOE's agenda? Private schools and daycares are thriving. They are in person 5 days a week without devices. Teachers are educating students in a pre-COVID traditional sense. Schools out of state are in person, even those more densely populated than Maryland. HCPS has set a 1 day a week hybrid model plan. This is simply ridiculous. 1 day per week is unacceptable. This is the bare minimum of what was requested in the state guidance. In addition, how are Harford County's teachers' children going back full time? How is that equitable? How many students of the total population do these children represent? Our teachers would be teaching both in person and virtual to the remaining students at home simultaneously. This is not sustainable. Our children would be in a school building staring at a computer as opposed to their bedroom. Again, this is not sustainable. Where is the plan to fully reopen our schools 5 days a week without devices? It is imperative to the mental well-being of our children to do so. We cannot continue the way things are. Our children need to be in person with their teachers without devices 5 days a week. 1 day a week is simply disgusting. Looking to the future, where's HCPS landed in terms of what next fall will look like? Are they planning for 5 days a week without devices? Do they know who wants to go back and who wants to remain virtual? I asked this question for both students and teachers. I will repeat that it is not possible for a teacher to simultaneously teach both in person and virtual. Again, our children need to be in person with their teachers without devices 5 days a week. And to Dr. Bolson, where are your answers? What are the plans? When will they be presented to the citizen? Again, to the council, thank you for providing this time. Thank you for showing your anger towards not getting answers in any of the questions you're asking. I implore you to continue to use your influence and work with Dr. Bolson and the Harford County BOE members and assist them in understanding the new common sense guidance and the reality that our current knowledge of this disease and its transmission amongst our children is vastly different than once thought.
Thank you, ma'am.
Again, thank you.
Ms. Poppy?
Hello?
Good evening, ma'am. This is Council President Vincenti. May I have your name and address for the record, please?
Rebecca Pape, 2206 Gelding Way, Bel Air, Maryland, 21015.
Thank you, ma'am. Are you okay?
Yes, I'm fine.
Okay, continue then.
This is Rebecca Pape of Bel Air, Maryland. I'm just calling to state my opinion that Harford County Council needs to put pressure on the Harford County Public Schools to reopen the schools. Many of us live here in Harford County with our families because of the outstanding school system. We purchased our house here for the outstanding school system. We've enrolled our kids in rec sports that use these schools, and our kids have missed out. There is absolutely no reason these facilities should be closed right now. If many other states across the country can have their facilities open and run, there's no reason with our tax money that we have been paid that they cannot be open. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you, ma'am. Stella Peters?
Hello?
Good evening, ma'am. It's Council President Vincenti. May I have your name and address for the record, please?
Stella Peters, 3713 Federal Lane.
Thank you, ma'am. Continue.
Good evening. Good evening, council members. Over the last year, parents and students of Harford County have been negatively affected by the lockdown and school closures. Maryland was one of the first states to close schools due to the pandemic. Since the summer, other states have opened their schools to include in-person or a combination of virtual and in-person learning, allowing the parents and students to choose. As of today, Maryland is one of 6 states where schools have remained closed or partially closed. In Maryland, Baltimore, Cecil, and Carroll counties are either open or planning on opening their schools safely. The CDC and the Maryland Department of Health have both declared that it's safe for students to return to school, offering safety guidelines and recommendations. Our schools need to fully open now. Mr. Bolson, you need to hear us. School closures have significant negative long-term consequences on the welfare of our children, especially those from disadvantaged socioeconomic backgrounds. And this will have a profound negative effect on everyone.
Education is a crucial determinant of future wages. The American Academy of Pediatrics has stressed that opening schools is critical for children's emotional and educational development. If schools don't open, an estimated 15% of America's labor force can't return to work, and our children's earning potential will decline in future years. Some parents have the resources to hire tutors or to move to communities that offer in-person education or enroll their children in private schools. Children from low-income households, however, will have the biggest cost. The impact on low-income families will last for years, creating a level of inequality so large that even Bernie Sanders style levels of taxation won't fix this. Prolonged school closures will strain communities. This will lead to more crime, drug abuse, depression, and mental illness. Ranks number 7 in the nation in mental illness and 4th in youth mental illness. Suicides in teens continues to rise due to isolation and feelings of hopelessness. In fact, more youth have died from suicides than COVID. And we know that typical flu season kills more children than COVID has so far. The future of our children hangs in the balance, and yet the Harford County Superintendent refuses to open our schools for more than one day a week. Mr. Bolson, you are and will be held responsible for the future of our children. You have demonstrated that you care more about politics than our children, and you are not in a position to represent us. It is time for you to tender your resignation. It's time to fully open our schools now. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Kristen Turner. Good evening, ma'am. It's Council President Vincenti. May I have your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Kristen Tanner, and I'm in Boston, Maryland.
Need your street address, ma'am.
It's 712 Smith Lane.
Thank you. Continue.
Yes, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I have so much to say, but I will keep it brief. More of a personal testimony, if you will. I have a 7th grader who attends Boston Middle School. My ex-husband and I are both essential employees and have been working outside of the home throughout the pandemic. My child was an honor roll student last year. This year he's failing every class for both the first and second quarter and is in danger of having to repeat the 7th grade. From the start, we have been proactive in communicating with the administrators and teachers about how to help our son develop skills to learn virtually. I've also written to the Board of Education and our local delegates in early October, pleading with Dr. Bolson about the effects of the school closings are having on our kids. In late October, his PE teacher had instructed the kids to get 20 minutes of physical activity. My son was home alone, of course, and decided to ride his skateboard in the driveway. He broke his leg in 2 places and required surgery. He had a pin in his leg to hold his bones together and lives in a leg cast for over 10 weeks. The cost of the surgery so far is $35,000, still counting. My son was very active prior to COVID and the closings. He played football, basketball, and baseball. Since COVID, he has gained a significant amount of weight. And in his last doctor's appointment, he was told his BMI was a 32. His blood pressure was up, and we are concerned for health issues such as diabetes. He was also diagnosed with severe depression, and we were urged to get him professional help immediately. There are more kids out there just like mine that are suffering home alone. The long-term effects are not opening schools to be felt for years. What are you waiting for? Kids to start killing themselves? I feel very strongly that all of these people go away if schools are open 5 days a week, like they are in private schools. They're sick. A plan. They had a plan. Into place. This isn't enough, and learning virtually is working for most kids. During the magic social interaction and physical activity, working parents are managed if they can't afford private school or tutoring. My mom moved up here to Harper County in 1988. She was a single mom. afford school anymore, private school anymore, and wasn't willing to send us to Baltimore City School schools. I used to be best, ahead of everybody else. Not anymore, and it's sad. Keeping schools closed is a cruel thing to do to these kids when we know they're not super spreaders. They're using these kids as political pawns, and it's disgusting. I will lastly say, private schools have been open without vaccines. Other states have been open without vaccines. What makes Crawford County teachers so privileged? Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, ma'am.
That is all.
Steve Corneliuson.
Hello.
Good evening, sir. It's Council President Vincenti. May I have your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Steve Cornelison. I live at 1231 St. Francis Road in Bel Air, Maryland.
Thank you, Steve. Go ahead and continue.
Thank you. And thank you for your opportunity to speak for 5 minutes. I really appreciate that.
3 minutes.
Although many of the parents have
Steve,
already,
Steve,
excuse
it's 3 minutes, sir.
They told me 5 minutes.
No,
right.
sir.
Fine.
3 minutes.
Okay, well, I'll go do my best.
Thank you.
The Churchville Recreation Center opened in '92 and has been a great asset to Harford County youth to experience the sport of gymnastics. We typically have over 700 to 800 participants in a normal session and one of the largest team programs in Maryland. Many thousands of Harford County youth have experienced our great sport in the center for the past 29 years. Since November 13th of last year, we have been unnecessarily shut down when Mr. Glassman closed all Recreation Council activities. All private gyms and businesses and sports facilities in the county remain fully open. This is the second time in the last year the rec center was closed for us. We've now been closed for 6 of the last 11 months. This is unnecessary as youth sports in general contribute very little to the spread of COVID, and a study of 22,000 participants in Harford County by the Rec Council showed that indoor and outdoor parks and recreation activities in the county were safe to operate when they employed COVID protocols. Last year, COVID wasn't well understood and everybody was closed starting in March. We didn't complain since everybody else was closed down. In the interim, during the months we were closed, we learned a lot about COVID, how to safely open our program, and we opened up and we ran our program for several months and there was no instances of COVID. Then suddenly on November 12th, we were informed that due to the rise in COVID in the county, we would again be closed indefinitely until the rate drops. This time things were different. This time in Harford County, that was the only program that was closed was our gymnastics program of the 42 programs in the state of Maryland. So that's the reason why you're hearing from myself and other concerned parents in the council meeting. What we said at the last council meeting has fallen on deaf ears, apparently, from the Parks and Recreation Department, as well as the county executive's office. Now the county's reopened outdoor parks and recreation activities, and I think that's great because I think they shouldn't have been shut down. And I'll skip through part of my statement because of the shortened time. My apologies. And then now the county says that it won't reopen the indoor facilities until all the personnel in those facilities are vaccinated. And that's a distinct change from what was said by Mr. Glassman when there was a conference call in which he stated that once the numbers were down, that the Churchville Recreation Center would open up in a few days. Gymnastics doesn't have the options of other indoor sports, as one of the parents said. We have over $200,000 worth of equipment that we own and are denied access to, and this locked into the center. Competitive gymnasts in all clubs, in every club in the state of Maryland and around the country, train year round. They give their youth to the sport of gymnastics, and they dedicate all that time so that they have an opportunity to excel in their sport. And I really wish some county officials would give the time to come into our program and give us a chance to show them what's going on. Finally, the ACR parents were the impetus for the Churchville Recreation Council even to be built, and the Churchville Recreation Center even to be built. It's their resolve and dedication throughout the 80s that made the building possible. We fundraised, attended county council meetings, went to Annapolis to talk to state legislators to help get funding for the building. We also donated over $100,000 towards the building as seed money. There wouldn't be a building there except for ACR Gymnastics. Okay, thank you. Please open the Churchville Rec Center.
Thank you, sir.
Hello?
Good evening, sir. It's Council President Vincenti. May I have your name and address for the record, please?
Sure. Bob Grochowski, 4740 Water Park Drive, Water's Edge Community, Bellcamp.
Thank you, sir. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Vincente and members of the County Council for the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking tonight as an advocate for the reopening of the Churchville Rec Center and allowing the ACPR gymnastics program to resume practice in the building. I know you have heard from many families who have children currently participating in ACPR gymnastics, and they have provided what I feel are pertinent and compelling reasons supporting reopening to the council, Mr. Glassman and Mrs. Burley. My family does not have any family members, past or present, who have participated in the ACPR program. We have friends with children in the program, and we have attended gymnastics meets and demonstrations in the building. We have watched these young girls demonstrate courage, focus, and determination, and exhibit skills most of us can only dream of. I am not sure any of us listening to this call or in the meeting can do a backflip, let alone do a backflip on a 4-inch wide beam in a noisy gym, or run down and spring into the air off a vault. These girls are really very athletic. Everyone agrees that the pandemic has hindered children's social growth and personal development. Schools normally provide a setting for much of this growth. Unfortunately, under current plans, most Harford County public school students will only experience 12 to 15 days of in-person learning out of a possible 180 days in the 2020 and 2021 school year. Sports, even socially distanced masked sports, provide an opportunity for children to interact, experience excitement and success, and receive positive reinforcement from their coaches. There are few situations where one size fits all. Unfortunately, Mr. Glassman's pronouncements seem to want to apply one situation to everything. Mr. Glassman's November order, which closed facilities, while understandable, did not have the desired effect. Baseball, soccer, basketball, hockey, swimming, tennis, yoga, dance, all other activities that participants simply moved to other available facilities in Harford County. ACPR did not have that option. There are no other facilities available in this area. Gymnastics is a capital-intensive sport, and the equipment is not easily movable. The timing laid out in Mr. Glassman's reopening order does not take into account ACPR's excellent record implementing CDC protocols. They were able to operate safely without a vaccine over
Please bring
4
your
months.
comments to a close, sir.
They should be given an opportunity to do so. Please do not waste the opportunity to help these girls. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, you've reached Amanda. I can't get to the phone right now. Please leave me a message.
Have reached the voicemail box of
This is Elizabeth Bohan.
Good evening, ma'am. It's Council President Vincenti. May I have your name and address again, please?
Elizabeth Bohan, 206 Colgate Drive in Forest Hill.
Thank you, ma'am.
First of all, I want to thank the council for asking Dr. Bolson the hard questions. Please keep up your efforts. Please keep putting the pressure on. I am not one of the parents he was referring to. This is the first time that I'm actually calling, though I have emailed Dr. Salmon, and I've been very actively, watching along the sidelines, very patiently waiting, looking at the science, waiting for the metrics. Okay, we've passed another one, and now I'm more confused than ever. I have first of all, tell you my background. I'm a biology major. I was a Baltimore County Public School science teacher for 11 years, and currently I have a Hartford Technical High School junior. It looks like we don't need the 6-foot rule anymore, according to Dr. Salmon. We have plastic shields that we recently purchased. Vaccinations have been done to all the elementary schools, and it still doesn't, we're still only 1 day a week. What's the metric now? I am confused. We knew what the metrics were. Maybe we could do something to help meet them, help plan. If there was, I would do a fundraiser. We would buy projector screens, whatever would be helpful. We don't know what these metrics are. There is no plan. And it seems especially for secondary school. I found out that 40% of the freshmen had a failing grade for first quarter. As a former high school teacher, that is appalling. I don't see it. Obviously, virtual learning is not working. My son goes to Hartford Technical High School. That is a trade school. How can these kids learn their trade when they're virtually learning? There's only so much, code that they can learn, and only so many things online. They need to be in school. Why isn't there a plan for that? I haven't been asked whether I want to return virtually or not. There's been no questionnaire. It's just been nothing. Absolutely no plan. And if safety is in the center of the conversation, I think common sense also needs to be in the center of the conversation.
Please bring your comments to a close, ma'am.
I'm done, and just thank you for hearing me, even though Dr. Bolson refused not to.
Thank you.
Thanks again.
Okay. Yep. We'll be here.
Hello.
Good evening, ma'am. It's Council President Vincenti. May I have your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Laura Sedicus. My address is 2541 Shores Landing Road in Darlington, Maryland.
Thank you, ma'am.
I would just like to say thank you for letting me speak tonight, and thank you for asking Dr. Bolson the hard questions. I've never in my life seen a group of adults so dedicated to keeping children from a meaningful education
as the Harford County Board of Education and Superintendent Bolson. Virtual learning is failing our children. That should be abundantly clear by now. It puts undue stress on students, many of whom are entirely too young to process the changes in the world around them, much less navigate the technology that was designed for adults in the business world. It puts undue stress on parents, many of whom have had to leave the workforce to become impromptu teaching assistants. It puts undue stress on our teachers, many of whom have their own school-age children, and they now have twice the workload for the same pay. All the while, the man we hire to care about such matters dismissively languishes in parts unknown. One would think that the Harford County School Superintendent, Sean Bolson, whose salary exceeds the actual governor of Maryland's salary, could have come up with a better plan than 1 day a week behind plexiglass in 11 months. Two things have become abundantly clear on this journey. Our children are currently a year of meaningful education behind, and they need to be back in school with their teachers 5 days a week. We need an administration and a superintendent who is dedicated to that goal. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello?
Good evening, sir. It's Council President Vincenti. May I have your name and address for the record, please?
Joshua Miller, 2058 Brandy Drive, Forest Hill.
Thank you, sir.
I'm a parent of 2 high schoolers, 1 middle schooler. I support the majority here tonight. Bring the kids back full-time, in-person instruction. I'm aware of the science and the medical professionals say. I'm not going to argue that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to provide you my defense to the perceived physical dangers of returning to class full-time. Parents, teachers, and school staff, health and safety is not more important than our children's education. I want that statement to sink in. As an adult, your health and safety will never be more important than a child's quality education. My health and safety will never be more important. My 70-year-old father's health and safety is not more important. The collective health and safety of our society is not more important than the quality of our children's education. Any attempt to protect the health of high-risk populations doesn't justify denying an in-person, state-funded education for our children. The stakes are simply too high. And so before I go any further, look, I'm a 22-year active duty Marine who's made a career out of training young men and women for the rigors of combat.
Thank you for your
Right,
service,
limiting
sir.
and thank you very much, President. Limiting the quality of education for our youth has strategic consequences to national security. And I'm not making this up, right? And I'm not embellishing it either. Our greatest national power on the world stage is not our military, it's our economy. Without a formative education and American values, in one generation, we will lose the American entrepreneurial spirit. We will lose the blue-collar work ethic, and we will lose the call to duty and service to the nation through the armed forces. Trust me, there's another war looming, and it won't be fought like any other war or against an enemy that lives in caves. It will be a war over shipping lanes, commerce, and global currency. It will be against a peer competitor that can outmaneuver us in time, space, and cyber. Our children will have to fight and win this war to maintain the liberties that we enjoy today, just like the men and women of every generation before them who sacrificed their health and safety of defense of the rights that we are exercising tonight. Think about that. The reason we're able to do this is because of what happened 240 some odd years ago in the winter in Valley Forge. Right? That should scare you a little. And it's my call to action for this board, the Board of Education, and Dr. Bolson, who chose not to listen. Right? We are at a tipping point of risk versus reward. Risk is infecting adult age school staff, administrators, and parents. Mitigation plans have been provided by the state. Also know that our children's mental health is also at risk. It's disappointing to see in the last year how little attention has been paid to this. Mental disorders such as suicide and depression have taken a backseat to a virus with almost a 0% morbidity rate in healthy adults. When you take away opportunities for social interaction and relationship building, our children will have no choice but to resort to destructive behavior to cope with isolation and stress. They simply don't know any better, and most 18 to 25-year-olds that I work with don't know any better either. It's part of the generation. Nobody is saying this is an easy decision. All right. Within my work, I've become intimately familiar with the process of managing risk in a COVID environment. It's hard, it's muddy, but we do it because it's the right thing to do. I train my Marines to survive in the chaos I don't protect them in a bubble. We should be doing that for our children. True leadership sees beyond perceived risk, inspires people to do and be more. The parents of Harford County expect and demand this. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua.
Hi, you reached Heather with RNDC. Sorry I missed your call, so please keep. Hello?
Good evening, ma'am. It's Council President Vincenti. May I have your name and address for the record?
Yes, it's Kim Novak at 4115 St. Clair Bridge Road in Jarrettsville.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Bolson, the man who makes a living off of our tax money and who can't stick around to hear the people who pay him. Are all the comments the same? Like the flu, COVID's not going anywhere. There's a way to live with it and go back to school, like so many other school systems have done, but Bolson has dropped out. I wrote this for Dr. Bolson, who isn't here, but I'll read it anyway. To recap your performance, when schools closed, we had no way of teaching virtually. For years, the world has had online capabilities to work remote, yet we, a school system in a major metro area, had nothing. The first 6 weeks, our children received packets, no instruction. Then we went to It's Learning, which is basically digital packets. You had all summer to get things in place to bring back students, but instead spent your time to build up the virtual platform, which is still not sufficient and has added more work for teachers. You opted for learning centers for only a privileged group, which is not only inequitable, it's almost the same as having kids back in regular school in a pandemic, right? Don't say distance guidelines because it clearly wasn't an issue for the learning centers. And remember, guidelines are merely guidelines, not rules. The Maryland Department of Ed and Dr. Salmon stated this, and you don't even listen to her. Take a look at their chart for school reopenings, and we are one of a few counties in Maryland without a date for a full reopen. Almost every other state is open, and they have been back months prior to the vaccine, all with a higher positivity rate than us. Utilize the reopening plans from other school systems. Most teachers want to go back, and you as the leader are basing decisions by caving to the small minority of your staff who want to stay home. That is not effective leadership. That's not putting kids first. You didn't allow public comments on the purchase of the protective shield. And why didn't you think of this months ago? Wouldn't an effective manager waste $800,000 on shields from Office Depot when they could be purchased cheaper from another source and still have the same quality? Is it justified for the remaining 3 months of school? Would putting shields around a teacher's desk be a more effective and affordable solution? You even said that these were mainly perception items, assuming for the handful of the fearful. The perception items are also perceived very differently by the children at their desk who will be forced to sit behind a barrier while also doing double duty wearing a mask. Children's thoughts are not considered, not for the safety or not safety of barriers falling on students either. You deny choice to those who want to open. The first groups back will prove that schools are not a petri dish. Teachers who want to remain home should be reassigned to teaching virtually for the students that want to remain virtual and not giving in-class teachers double duty. By asking people what their choices are, you can quickly determine how to realign staff and how many shields you really need. Everything we have heard tonight from Dr. Bolson sounds like he is moving the goalpost again. I truly believe he has no desire to return, and the drop in enrollment is a proof. He ignores the people, the state, Governor Hogan, and I believe that's a fireable offense. It's time to open our schools, and Dr. Bolson must resign. Thank you. Hello?
Good evening, ma'am. It's Council President Vincenti. May I have your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, it's Melissa Hahn. The address is 211 Powellsville Road, Powellsville, Maryland, 21132.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. Once again, Mr. Bolson shows he doesn't care about the needs of our children. I'm writing as a parent concerned with the lack of education, mental health, and well-being of my children and so many other children in our county. I have witnessed my children, both an 11th grader and an 8th grader, struggle every single day of this virtual platform. They are not learning. They are struggling to stay afloat in a sinking ship, waking every single day to the same frustration, anxiety, feeling of defeat, failure, and isolation. There's absolutely no good reason that Harford County Public School children should not be in person 5 days a week with extracurricular activities. Per the CDC, not being in school can have adverse impacts on students' social, emotional, behavioral, and mental health. The unique and critical role that schools play makes them a priority for reopening to all students that want to be in person and remain open. Why is opening our schools not a priority to Mr. Bolson? Why does he continue to make our children struggle and suffer through this every single day? Mr. Bolson said it himself that he holds the authority to make the decision to get these kids back in school. Why does he refuse to do what I, as a parent, and so many other parents are asking him to do? Open our school 5 days a week with extracurricular activities. Let me sign a waiver, like so many other parents will and will do, and fully open the schools. In a 5-day period, the teacher is still exposed to the same children they would be exposed to if all the children went 1 day. At first, the schools being closed for safety was understandable. Now it is cruel and unwarranted. The CDC, World Health Organization, Dr. Fauci, Governor Hogan, Superintendent Salmon all say schools are safe and to get these kids back now. Virtual learning is devastating to our children. These kids are desperately missing being in the classroom, riding the bus in the morning every day, chatting with friends, and exchanging stories of the sports and fun activities they did over the weekend or the night before, walking down the hallways, saying hi to friends and stopping to chat for a minute in between classes, eating lunch with friends, making plans after school, interacting with teachers and classmates and learning. I never thought I would see the day when kids want to be in school. My kids ask me every day, when can we go back? They need to be in a classroom learning. They need social interaction. They need to be able to play high school sports, to be a part of a team, to learn that it's okay if you lose, as long as you did your best. And when they win, to celebrate on the bus with the team on the way back to school, working so hard every day at practice to be the best they can be. They need the coaches cheering them on and the teachers saying, great job. They need the pride of walking down the hallway in their jerseys and the camaraderie that goes along with being part of a team. The very things that help make our children who they are have been stripped away and continue to be stripped away daily. Why, Mr. Bolson, do you continue to do this to our children? Being in school is most importantly about getting an education, but also so much more. These children are struggling every single day. No matter how much I encourage them, tell them this is temporary and they can do it, it's not enough. It's not school. It's not learning. Please do what so many other states and counties have already done. Do what is right for our children. Get the kids back to school 5 days a week with sports. Before the children's self-esteem and growth as individuals.
Hello.
Good evening, ma'am. It's Council President Vincenti. May I have your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, sir. Good evening. My name is Della Collins, and I reside at 4171 Madonna Road in Jarrettsville.
Thank you, ma'am.
I had originally had a formal speech written up. However, Dr. Bolson once again disrespected the entire county and the residents that have children in Harford County. So it's just like falling on deaf ears. I'd like to thank actually the county council for holding him accountable and putting pressure on the school system when they clearly don't have a plan. I have called, emailed, and written the Board of Education, the superintendent, the leadership team, the special education department without a simple phone call or email that isn't returned. That's embarrassing. This county, the public school system is embarrassing. I pay thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars in taxes for a defunct school system. Why? Why am I paying tax dollars when I'm teaching my kids? I'm married to an essential employee that's a corporal that's working 6 out of 7 days a week since the pandemic has started. By the way, I have 2 special needs children. So the people that are calling in about their children that are neurotypical, I ask you to think about my children, the ones that are not neurotypical. So we have autism, ADHD. We have
issues with executive functioning and intellectual delays. So we've gotten no assistance. I've had to fight for every single thing we've gotten. I am more than happy to sign a waiver to have my children go back to school. I don't know why we are in this situation. The Burbio School Opening Tracker is a data for national schools. If you've not looked at it, I ask you to look at it. There are six states in the nation that have high virtual percentage. Maryland is one of those six. Why? When the states that surround us, and I will call them out, New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Delaware, Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, they're in school, hybrid, with special education. But yet Harford County can't seem to figure it out. Harford County, do they even think about the free, appropriate public education? That's an entitlement to all students in the United States. We're entitled to a free education. It's part of the civil right rooted in the 14th Amendment, which requires schools to provide students with disabilities special educated religious services at public expense. But they're not doing that. It's illegal. They're working against our 14th Amendment rights. My kids deserve to be back in school, and I am calling for Sean Bolson's resignation immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, you've reached Amanda. I'm not available.
Hello?
Good evening, ma'am. It's Council President Vincenti. May I have your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Nicole Hayes, and I reside at 1316 Marquis Court in Fallston, Maryland.
Thank you, ma'am.
I want to echo what a lot of the parents have said tonight and just thank you for asking the hard questions. It was really refreshing to finally hear that and be heard. And I also think that the arrogance and unclear information shared by Dr. Bolson tonight was a true depiction of what the parents of Harford County are dealing with on a regular basis. And, I know it's virtual, but your obvious frustrations and body language really showed us that you understand exactly where we are coming from. So I know it was hard for you, but just imagine what we've been going through for the past year. So I just wanted to start off with that. What's the difference, you ask, right? What's the difference between 1 day versus 2 days? I'm going to tell you the difference. For a kindergartner who has yet to step foot in a school building, it gives them an opportunity to see a teacher in person instead of a computer screen. 1 more day without a headache, falling asleep on their computer, and crying. For the 4th grader who has social anxiety and ADHD, it allows them to get that face-to-face with their IEP counselor that has either been done virtually or not at all this entire year. For the 5th grader who is sitting in their room every day, sad and lonely, it gives them a chance to smile 1 additional day that week. For that child in 6th grade, it gives them a chance to not get abused or beaten and maybe even get a hot lunch that they haven't had in months. For the 10th grader who is on the verge of suicide, it gives them 1 more day to live and a chance to feel the need and energy to socialize. For the senior who's applying to that college of their dreams, and this 1 test could get them in, that one-on-one attention from that teacher could get them to ace that test and get into that college that they have worked their entire life for. For that parent who's working part-time, it gives them another day to pick up that extra shift and put food on the table that night. For the parents who are working so hard to pay for their daycare bill every week, it cuts that bill in half, by the way, in half by allowing us 2 days. And guess where that money goes? Back into this local community that is desperately needing to get back on its feet. So I asked you, County Council and the Board of Education, why not give that chance to our children in Harford County? The same chance that every other student in America is being given in almost every county in the state.
We all know the reason, or maybe we don't. Actually, it's the one person and the one person who's not present on this call. One day means everything. 2 days mean everything. Imagine what 4 days could do. Thank you for fighting for what you know is right. Please save our kids.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. President,
Mr. Woods?
looks like we're gonna go past the 11 o'clock hour by maybe 2 or 3 minutes, so it's appropriate that we make a motion to extend. No, I'll make the motion.
Go ahead and make the motion.
Mr. President, I make a motion to extend the council meeting past the 11 o'clock hour.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Schroeder. So it's been moved and seconded to extend the hours. Is there any discussion, council? Ms. Dixon, call the roll.
Mr. President,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Woods,
Aye.
Mr. Giangiordano,
Aye.
Mr. Schroeder,
Aye.
Mr. Wagner,
Aye.
Mr. Beulah.
Aye.
Thank you. There be 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. It has been approved. Yes. Maybe. We got a couple to call back. Yeah, we got a couple to call back.
Hello.
Good evening, ma'am. It's Council President Vincenti. May I have your name and address for the record, please?
Yeah, sure. My name's Candace Boncheski. My address is 1721 Baldwin Mill Road, Forest Hill, 21050.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for all of you who've decided to stay awake. I'm not one of those parents either who has called and spoken out before. But I wanted to voice my opinion just on behalf of my kids and all the other future kids for Harford County Schools. At this point, I'm just exhausted over this, but I'm happy because I'm no longer going to have to deal with this next year because I'm leaving and going to private schools because I'm not going to take the chance that this is going to happen again next year. But I know that a lot of people don't have the ability to do this. So let me start by saying that both my husband and I were both essential personnel. I'm a nurse. He's a cop. So we've never had the option of just shutting down. We've been out there working this whole time as we should be and as schools should be. What started off as 2 weeks has turned into an unacceptable year of students out of the classroom. In the meantime, my whole family has had COVID, as well as my parents, because I have no choice and I cannot distance from my retired elderly parents because they have been the ones who've been put in the position of watching my kids. As I'm a nurse and my husband's a cop, we're out there, we can't just stop. So unfortunately, we've had to deal with those side effects of, the inconveniences of not being in school also. We moved to Harford County because I was hopeful that my children would be in a great public school system where they would thrive. Now I find that I'm dealing with the daily struggles of my 6-year-old child that's being tortured with sitting in front of a computer for 6 hours every day. He does have a wonderful teacher, but this is really not the environment for kids this age. Everybody knows that. They really need to be in a real classroom with their friends. I'm aware there's some kids that will do just fine. I actually have that with my daughter. She does get straight A's no matter what setting she's in, but that's not the norm. My norm is a little boy who cannot sit still after lunch. He gets up from his desk all day. He's constantly being scolded to sit down, sit still, get out of the pantry. Why are you up walking around? A little boy who cries because he's constantly getting in trouble at home because he can't sit in front of a computer and focus for that long all day. Before COVID, he was an excellent student. He was soaking up everything like a little sponge. He loved school. Now he spends all of his days frustrated, stressed out, often crying. He's not alone. I've heard other parents' accounts with their children. I have a friend who also went to the length of taking her child to be evaluated for ADD, even though that's never been an issue before, and was told by the doctor that hers was the 5th child he had seen that day for parents who are afraid that their child has ADD. Even the doctor admitted that this is horrible for kids, as they need to be in the classroom, not on a screen. So my guess is that Sean Bolson probably doesn't care about any of this. I mean, he dipped out. He's probably warm and cozy in his bed right now. But, that's been evident, as everybody else has seen, too. So I've sent emails to Bolson, to Glassman, Hogan, Salmon, every other Board of Education member.
He's also still closed, man.
Sure. Okay. Basically, I just wanted to, say that I fully support anything that I can do to get my children back to 5 days per week. I think it's the best thing that they need. We've got the vaccines now, and get everybody back. Thank you.
Ma'am.
We dream, sir.
What number was that? Okay.
Hello.
Good evening, ma'am. It's Council President Vincenti. May I have your name and address for the record, please?
Excuse me?
Ms. Parsons,
Matt, why are you calling me?
because you signed up for public comments at the Harford County Council meeting?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Did you forget that?
I did forget that. And then I saw the number earlier and I called it back and nobody answered. And I was like, why is Harford County calling me?
Okay, so you have us. Do you want to speak, ma'am?
Sure.
You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Okay,
Name
thank
and
you.
address, please.
April Parsons, 984 Bentgrass Drive, Aberdeen, Maryland, 21001.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sure. Sorry.
It's okay. Go ahead.
I just I wanted to speak on behalf of Councilman Andre Johnson. I just was truly appreciative that he spoke up against Representative Andy Harris. I just think that it took a lot of courage, and especially in this county where voices of reason are being drowned out by just utter craziness. And I thank him and I appreciate him. And it's that type of leadership that just doesn't seem to exist anymore. And I hate that we're at a period of time where we just don't even know who to trust, because people just aren't making decisions based on facts and science, and opinions are being determined facts, and nobody seems to know what their amendment rights are, and they think that they have the freedom to do what they want without consequence. And I feel like we need more of that. And I just really appreciate him, as well as his support of Abingdon Woods. And that was all I wanted to say.
Well, thank you for your comments, ma'am.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hello.
Good evening, sir. It's Council President Vincenti. May I have your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Thomas Purvis. I live at 1129 Poplar Grove Road, Street, Maryland.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead and continue.
Yeah, I had a bunch of questions I wanted to ask Bolton, but of course he's not here. Hopefully you guys might be able to remember some and ask him next time you speak with him. One of them is, if they're doing school 1 day a week in the classroom or 2 days a week, hopefully it's more than that, it should be live learning, not the kids sitting in the class on the computers. That's not teaching at all, especially the elementary grade kids. And you can't just think that this vaccine is going to make everything go away. Not everyone in the county is going to get it, for one. Not everyone in the state's going to get it. And even if you get it, it doesn't stop you from getting COVID. You can still get COVID. Also, I don't understand what the county was doing when they've had this grant money for months now, where they're just sitting with their hands, twiddling their thumbs, not knowing what to do, and wait till the last minute. Seems like they were hoping that school wasn't going to open at all. And the plexiglass barriers, to me, are pointless right now, when they've just lowered the 6 feet distancing per the state at Hogan's press conference. And I'm sure COVID can get around the barriers. It's not like it just stays a certain feet off the ground. And another thing is, Bolson is a horrible superintendent. He got fired before. He shouldn't even be working as superintendent of Harford County. It's ridiculous. And you have all these teachers out saying they want to be there teaching in the school, and there's plenty of them out there going to bars and drinking and doing all kinds of events without masks on, for one. So they are being total hypocrites. That's all I have to say. Thank you. Bye.
Good night. Ms. Dixon, do we have anyone else signed up?
There is no one else signed up, Mr. President.
With no one else signed up, then this meeting will be adjourned.